meaning in certain things, but in 200 years, no one's going to ever know that you existed, and it's just pointless.
Well, I don't think that those two, I don't think that those, like, no one will ever know you existed and it's pointless follows. I think that to the people that I affect around me now, I matter to them. I give their life meaning and they give my life meaning. And I also believe that we are kind of like, I mean, everything is part of the butterfly effect, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
if I affect people positively, they might, that might change, like, even if I would like smiled at somebody, you know, a cashier or something like that, then they might feel a better, like, better about their day, and then they might be kinder to someone else, and that person might be kinder to someone else, and that'll grow exponentially throughout all of time and memorial. Is that how they say that? But it'll go like forward, of course, until heat death. But for some reason, you don't think any of those lived experiences matter now that you're a Christian?
Not in. Well, I never thought that. I was an atheist in July.
Yeah, but like now that you just became a Christian, you're like, oh, none of that matters. Everyone's personal experiences don't matter anymore. All that matters is that I get to live forever. I feel like that's where you're kind of like,
Yeah, so it's
I
kind
don't
of
think that
like
does anything.
that's kind of like branching into nihilism or absurdism.
Yeah, like I don't know why we have to do that. Like I say, like I feel like my experience matters. Do you feel like your experience matters? Like when your heart is broken or when you're feeling in love, do you think that matters to you?
I mean, it matters to me, but in the grand scheme of things, it's meaningless to the whole world in general.
But first of all, I wonder if that's true with the butterfly effect thing. And secondly, if that is true, that literally no one else knows about it, why does that mean that it doesn't matter? Like, do you think that the life of a bee doesn't matter? We don't know what that one single bee is doing. We don't know what it did with its day, but because of bees, we can eat. So do you think that the life of a single bee, just because it's not a celebrity or no one's ever heard of it or no one will ever know what it did, it doesn't matter?
But what's the point of a bee at the end of the day? Is to produce pollen from a flower and produce honey.
I don't know. I watched the bee movie, and apparently bees make things grow so that we can eat.
Yeah. So sorry, going back to your butterfly effect. Do you think religion over the last 2,000 years has shaped the world as it is today?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's always a good thing, but religion has been very influential in our world,
Well,
unfortunately.
with regards to the butterfly effect and religion and how Christianity spread throughout Europe, you could potentially not even be alive today without Christianity.
Yeah, potentially. Also, Islam,
Yeah?
also Zoroastrianism, right? Because that was something, and the Greek myths probably had something like you'd have to just say everything.
So I think as us living today as humans, we kind of owe a lot to people who have their
Yeah,
beliefs in
like
God.
which one do you think has had more effect on the world and has brought you and I to be here today? The Holocaust or Christianity?
Probably Christianity.
Probably both, because if it's the butterfly effect and everything would be completely different if one butterfly was killed in a rainforest, then it's just like they're all on equal playing fields. So I don't know that you could make that claim.
I mean, sorry, are you American?
No.
Are you British?
In my like back in the I'm Canadian. I live in Canada.
Oh, okay. So how long? So if your family have lived in Canada for generations and generations, the Holocaust wouldn't have affected you in a sense or affected your family.
What I'm saying is I think that all of those things affect everyone exponentially in general. Like the world, we all affect each other in the world. Don't you think that's true?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So what we do matters. What each individual person does matters, and it means something to us and the people around us in an immediate sense, and also in a greater sense in the world, and then in a greater sense in time.
Yeah, so probably what I'm saying is that in an immediate sense there is meaning, but in the greater sense there is no meaning.
There's still meaning. The only time where you might run out of meaning is at the moment of heat death, right? Like as soon as like everything's over, like if we're going to like the universe is going to collapse, then at that point you can be like, well, if that's, but I think that that's just like
Well,
so far out of our realm that it's like, why bother even go there?
I
Yeah,
think
like-
that would still have meaning. That would mean that there's going to be renewal in some way. So it'd still even produce meaning.
Yeah, it could hold some meaning, but we would all be gone. I'm thinking about like the way I think of it, and yeah, there's so many places we can find meaning, but the way I think of it is like our experiences are what really matter. Like I'm having an experience, we're all having an experience, and we give each other experiences, and we affect each other's experiences, and we will affect each other's experiences all throughout time. Like when there are people, they will be affected by the people that came before them, and we're affected by the people that came before us. And so that's all that, like, if you care about that, again, that's up to you. But that's where you could see that as having meaning, and your life having meaning.
So, in your opinion, what is the meaning of life?
I don't think there is a meaning of life.
Yeah, and then I guess you could say with Christians, what is the meaning with life to a Christian? And they would say, oh, to be saved by Jesus. So they have their meaning of life.
Really? That's what it is? To be saved by Jesus? Isn't that a little... That's the whole meaning?
I guess that's what they can put towards their meaning of life, is to be saved by Jesus.
I don't think that that's biblical doctrine. Joyful, when you were a Christian, what would you have said the meaning of life was?
Oh, to bring glory to God.
There you go. So the meaning of life is going to be to please God, to serve God. That's what you as a Christian, I hate to be the atheist that's telling you how to be a Christian, but it's going to be to serve God and to do what he wants and to help his will be done, which is why you would go into all the world and preach the gospel, right? The thing about that is there's a sort of nihilism attached to that as well, because you've got a God who is all powerful, can do anything any way he wants. Like a blink of an eye, snap of a finger. So whatever you think your purpose and meaning is, it's unnecessary because God could accomplish it without you. So you're just like a useless pawn, but like you can do it. And if you do it, that's fine, but you're not necessary. So I don't know how not being necessary gives you a lot of meaning and purpose. The thing is that, like, for me, whatever I do, because life is finite and we are limited, and there are, like, let's say I had a cat and I wanted to give the cat some wet cat food, and the cat is just going to purr and like shake the room. It's purring so hard because it loves wet cat food. This is going to mean something to that cat, and it's going to be meaningful because it couldn't just happen any other way, and the cat just couldn't do it for itself, and it cost me to do it. So there's meaning in that. In your worldview, there's literally no meaning because God is all powerful.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like, you're experiencing divine nihilism. Listen, just dump the Bible, dump the religion, and then you won't have to experience that anymore. But then everything would just be meaningless.
No, everything. I just said everything is meaningful without God because we're limited. So it matters what we do. There's no way the cat is going to experience that wet cat food unless I buy it the wet cat food and give it to it. You know what I mean?
James, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Does God's will, according to Christianity, always come true?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
So if God wills for something to happen, is it going to happen?
I mean, if he wants it to happen and he acts on it, I'm sure it will happen.
Yeah, his plan. Okay, I'll rephrase. If it's in God's plan, is God's plan going to happen regardless of human involvement?
Yeah, I mean, if God wants to do something, like he's adamant that he's going to do that, it will happen regardless of humanity.
Yeah, so your actions in Christianity are meaningless. Whatever God wants to happen is going to happen.
Yeah, so if I'm religious and I follow Christianity and be saved by Jesus in a sense, then I've received salvation in that sense. But then if I was an atheist, I wouldn't receive salvation.
Yeah, but again, all of your actions are meaningless because God's will is going to prevail.
Yeah, gaining salvation doesn't give your life meaning. Those two things aren't related.
Yeah, but then in the afterlife, potentially, if there is one, I would be going there.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, but this has nothing to do with meaning or purpose. So that's not what Christianity is doing for you. That's all. It's just like feels like there's two sort of ideas happening here. The meaning and purpose idea, like you don't offer anything. Christianity is a failure in that regard. But as far as like them scaring you into believing there's a hell and convincing you that there's a heaven to go to, and you being maybe afraid of a lights out type of death and you want to live forever kind of thing, and them lying to you and saying that that is a possibility, yeah, they've nailed that.
Yeah, so with Christianity, I wouldn't say, because I'm fresh to it, I wouldn't say I'm religiously Christian. I'd say I'm more philosophy and culturally Christian.
Mm-hmm. You
So,
know, you should be not Christian. Can I suggest this? Being not Christian. How about you could try like just not being Christian. You want to do that?
Monotheistic without the Christianity.
No, just like don't believe in a God. Why do you believe there's a God?
Well, like I said, what is there to life without God? Oh, to
Everything. Everything that you
family, friends, eat a meal.
everything you have to life now. Like when you just go, oh, there's a God, that doesn't all of a sudden make all the things that give your life meaning and purpose suddenly have meaning and purpose. They already did. Like, I don't understand. You haven't done a good job to like connect God to meaning and purpose for me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to struggle to explain my point.
But James, I don't think there is a point there. But let me ask you this. Let's say that life doesn't have any meaning and purpose. Okay? I don't think that's true, but let's just imagine that it doesn't, because there is no God. You want there to be a God because you want there to be meaning and purpose. That doesn't make it so. We would need something else in order to like believe that the God exists, not just hope, right? So do you have any reason to believe that the God exists?
No, it's just what information I've been presented in front of me. That's the only reason.
What is that? What is that information?
Well, just the fact that Christianity's held up for 2,000 years. In the Bible, there's 63,000 cross-references. It's just basically the foundation
63,000 cross-references. Let's go over the first 10,000.
Okay.
All right. Let's go. What you got?
What do you mean by that?
Well, there's 63,000 cross-references, and I'm asking you for the first 10. And if you can't mention one, then I wouldn't make that claim.
I can name 1,000 of them.
You know God. 1,000 of them? God?
The word God. That is in the cross references he is referring to. It includes words that are used more than once.
Oh my goodness!
Like Jerusalem, Judea,
so that's
Israel.
Not anything. James, this is what you're going to find, and you're a new Christian, so I want to like give you the heads up. Christianity is a cult, okay? I know it seems like a very popular cult. It seems like a legitimate religion or worldview. It's not. It's a cult like any other cult. So they're going to lie to you, and they're going to say things, and if you don't look into them, you're going to think they're impressive. Like even the claim of like, it's been written over how many thousand years by this many authors over 3 continents. If you investigate that, it's really written over a few hundred years by always Hebrew people, right? More than actually it says, and it's completely incoherent and not consistent at all. And, you know, maybe if it was written on another continent, it was somebody from Israel that went over there and wrote the thing and came back. So it's not the same thing that, like, they just say those things to get you into the cult, right?
Yeah, I mean, so what you're a science guy, right?
Not really.
No. So my point is that the greatest minds that have ever lived, you know, you got Einstein, Galileo, you've got Nikola Tesla, they all believed in God. And they were the greatest scientists ever. Isaac Newton was a Christian.
Einstein had a quote I learned recently, quote, "Children believe in God." Let's see if I can find this quote. Yeah, they found, let's see. I wish.
Yeah. Just Google, did Einstein believe in God?
No, that's a very popular view, but he did actually have a quote, and I wish I could find it. I didn't write it down,
Yeah,
but
it was something like, it said something like personal God is childish or something like that.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
So he doesn't. He said, and he also said blatantly in this letter that he's an atheist. He's just always been an atheist. So he's not. He doesn't believe in God. It's just something that people say. I am not an atheist. I do know pantheist. Oh, this is another thing. So he's a pantheist. But yeah, but just because other people believe in God doesn't mean that you need to believe in God. And the thing is that like people of like the past were very superstitious. Like going further and further back, people are more and more superstitious and believe more and more ridiculous things because they don't have the same kind of understanding of the world around them, right? So so that's why you find people like Einstein or he's not a good example, but other people that were like Christians and scientists, but that's because we just didn't have as much information.
Like Isaac Newton.
Sure, I don't know enough about these guys, but yeah, that like it's just like everybody was Christian because it was pervasive, right? And because they just didn't have the same knowledge and access to information that we have today. So we don't have to like believe everything they said. I think it goes like a good example would be also like Darwin had some good ideas. He nailed a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of things that he got wrong and that they've improved on. So we don't have to defer to what Darwin, like dogmatically to what Darwin believed. The same way we don't have to refer dogmatically to what any other scientists believe. We can move forward and we can go, what kind of information do we have?
Yeah, so I'm not saying Christianity is true because 3,000 years ago they believed in Greek mythology where they didn't even know where lightning came from. Mm-hmm. So it's like, and
that's who wrote the books, right?
Yeah, so obviously they believed in Greek mythology at the time because that's what they knew. And
yeah, but like the Hebrews believed in Yahweh mythology, in Hebrew mythology. Yahweh was their war god and the guy that was going to make sure their crops were good,
and the earth was created in 6 days and
all that nonsense, right? And that's what we're basing all of this on. That's where Jesus comes from. Jesus comes out of those myths. It's all the same stuff, James. And someone is going to like modernize it and make it seem legitimate because they're going to ignore the book and invent all this other stuff that's going to make you feel like there's value there. There's nothing there.
But how have billions of people over 2,000 years just got it wrong though?
I think that there were like, I don't know. That's a good question. I think that like early on, it was probably more that they didn't have access to as much information. There was a lot of this kind of superstitious nonsense that people would believe. And then, now I think we just like Christians, well, you're born into it. That's one of the main things, right?
Yeah.
You're born into it. Like, that's why are people still Muslims when Christianity is so true, right? It's just you're born into it. And then they kind of teach people, like for you came in here with like the meaning rhetoric, right? And, there may be a philosophical argument or all these other arguments that completely ignore what the Bible actually says, right? And that Jesus didn't really do very much and that the story doesn't make sense. It ignores all of that and it just gives you a nice sounding story with a lot of like rhetoric about why it's like we need this, but none of that's really true. And we can explore any of those ideas.
So yeah, you go ahead. You go.
Yeah, James. And a big problem I have, like especially with Christianity, is it doesn't make sense when you take the whole Bible into consideration. For instance, Deuteronomy 18, Yahweh says, "A prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything that I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods is to be put to unalivement." So any prophet that says something that is not of God is to be put to death. And they ask, how do we know if a prophet has not spoke a word of yours? And he tells them, he says, if what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message that has not been spoken by the Lord. That prophet has spoken presumptuously. So these prophets that should be unalived for not actually speaking the word of the Lord, how we know is if it didn't come true. And the only way you could put them to unalivement for that is if it's during their lifetime those prophecies are supposed to come true. And all throughout the New Testament, there's prophecy after prophecy after prophecy, and we're 2,000 years later, and we're still waiting on those prophecies. And according to Yahweh, they should have come true in the time frame of the person who spoke it living.
Yeah, so I don't take the Old Testament literally. It's kind of more like reading the gospel and learning from the teachings of the gospel. That makes me a better person.
Okay, so you don't take the Old Testament literally?
No.
You know who did? Jesus. Jesus took the Old Testament literally. He
Yeah,
talked about Moses like he
changed it, didn't he?
No.
He existed.
He said you have to keep all of the laws of the Old Testament. He says all sorts of things.
No, he said he got rid of the old covenant and started the new covenant.
Oh, that's where you were lied to at church. Jesus literally says, if you disregard a single one of the laws of Moses, then you will be least in the kingdom of heaven. But he who keeps even the smallest of the laws of Moses will be great in the kingdom of heaven.
Well, part of Mosaic law is to stone your children if they disobey their parents or something like that. But Jesus didn't teach that, did he?
No, Jesus confirms that one. He condemns the Pharisees for not stoning children that are disobedient in Mark 7.
Before he introduced the new covenant, because they were acting as hypocrites.
This is what's funny, James, is that you're like, I don't take the Old Testament literally. And then you go, but that was the Old Covenant. Did the Old Covenant literally exist?
Yeah, the Jewish people followed
so
it. Yeah.
we are going to take it literally then.
I mean, I'm not Jewish, so I don't take it literally.
Well, did it literally happen?
It literally happened, yeah, but that doesn't mean I have to follow
literally spoke to Moses?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
What's your belief? What do you believe about this myth? Because I don't believe Moses existed, but do you believe Moses existed? Or do you think that that's just a lot of silly stories?
I believe there was a guy called Moses who existed. I believe there was a guy who Jesus was existed, and I believe he died on the cross.
Right. But you see what we're trying to figure out here is you're saying there's a new covenant. And we're gonna ignore the old covenant, but that means an old covenant was given to Moses on Mount Sinai, which means Moses has to exist.
That's the story, yeah.
And then God exists, and then God spoke to Moses, and when he spoke to him, he mentioned what Joyful said in Deuteronomy 18. So it's very difficult because you can try to ignore the contradiction and the thing that doesn't work by saying it's not literal, but you have Jesus who did think it was literal, said, I'm going to, your words, not true, but your words, I'm going to give you guys a new covenant, which means there was an old covenant. Do you see what the problem is? We can't, if we're going to throw out the Old Testament, then Jesus is invalidated. We can throw him out too.
Yeah, but how do we know Jesus took it literally? Because Jesus never wrote anything down. He never wrote down his thoughts or anything.
Well, then we don't know what his, when he's quoted as talking, he talks about Moses and stuff like that. That's maybe just the writers coming up with that, and Jesus never said anything like that.
Well, we don't know because we don't know anything. There's
Throw out the
nothing
book then.
There's nothing that can be proven.
We don't know what this
Then why
guy
are you
Jesus said or if he
Christian?
existed.
Well, because I just said because I like the teachings of Jesus. It makes me a better person.
No,
I
you
like the
don't.
gospel.
You like the teachings of the guys who wrote fictional stories about a guy named Jesus. Why are you
which is now
pretending
which is now Christianity.
Okay, so you don't believe it to be true. That's fine. What are
Yeah.
the teachings of Jesus you really, really like? What's holding you in there? What do you really love about what he said?
Well, it's like turn the other cheek. Basically, if someone does evil to you,
That's the main one you like.
Don't
So
recycle. Don't
so let's
recycle
see-
violence.
Let's see how that applies in the real world. So if somebody were to come and mug you and have a knife or something like that, you would give them all of your stuff, and if they stabbed you in the arm, would you like turn the other arm and go stab me here and then not call the police?
But then you could also go by Jesus's teaching of live by the sword, die by the sword.
Perfect. So we're I don't even know.
So it is eye for an eye.
Jesus.
So it is eye for an eye and
doesn't
turn the
say
other
that.
cheek at the same time.
James,
Yeah.
are you, just to be honest, like, are you a troll? Like, I honestly think that you're like not a Christian, but you're just playing.
No. So I've been doing some deep research into Christianity over the past 2 weeks. I've looked into Islam and Christianity.
What are you do? Why are you doing this? You're wasting your life.
But why are you talking about it on these debates? Like,
To
it's
help
the same
people
thing, isn't
not
it?
get stuck in these vapid worldviews.
But
Like
do you think-
you're showing us, you're showcasing how like entirely vapid and useless the thing is.
No, the gospel, like I take from the gospels, not useless. The teachings of Jesus or the, in the
I asked you
gospel,
what the
they're
teaching
good.
was. You said turn the other cheek, but we don't want to turn the other cheek most of the time, right? We actually want to make sure that people who harm us are stopped so they don't harm more people.
Yeah,
Right? So
and
we're
then
not
you've got
just like going, go ahead. You broke into my house. You want to take my, meat from the freezer? Some people steal meat from a freezer. Well, take the Xbox too. Is that really what we're doing? And that you think that's a good way to live? Just like people running amok?
Yeah, no, that's pretty bad. And then that's where live by the sword, die by the sword.
I don't
comes in.
think Jesus says that.
He does say that. He does says it
Does
when
he
he gets
say that?
arrested.
Jesus. Oh, well, that's him saying don't do that.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's saying.
It's not
if you
him
live by the
recommending
sword-
it.
He's saying live by the sword, die by the
Oh, and
sword.
Peter chops off his ear. Is that what?
Yeah, exactly. So
okay.
he asked him to put the sword down.
Yeah, so he's not saying it. So what? So you're saying you like let people cut your ear off? Don't do anything about it.
So I have the option to turn the other cheek, or I can live by the sword, die by the sword. It's my choice.
That's the same thing.
No, turning the cheek is just letting.
He's
is
he's
just being
saying
passive.
don't do that though. That's you're living against the teachings of Jesus by live by the sword die.
Yeah, if you live by the sword, you're going against what Jesus was saying.
That's
there.
contradicting Jesus.
It's
So
not
you don't like the
contradicting.
teachings
It's
of
not,
Jesus.
It's not contradicting. It's saying if you do live by the sword, be prepared to die by the sword.
Yeah,
Yep.
as if it's probably he probably meant it's not a good thing. But okay, you think he's just indifferent to it. He's like turn the other cheek, but if you must live by the sword, just know you're gonna die by it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love
Exactly.
those teachings. They're so deep and meaningful. Yeah, a good thing you got hooked into that because what could we do without the teachings of Jesus that don't mean anything?
But then, if everyone followed the teachings of Jesus, then everyone would love their neighbor, and nothing bad would happen.
Okay, you're a troll.
I'm not
Yes.
a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a troll.
James,
You're just
it was
saying
good seeing you, man.
nonsense.
I hope you have a great night. But that is
That's
nonsense.
That's not
just nonsense.
Like at a certain point, it's just like I'll say anything at this point.
Guys, make sure you're tapping the likes. We've been live for almost an hour. We're only at 14,000 likes. We have almost 300 people in here. It should be no problem to get us 25K here by 6:45. Let's try to hit 25K. And also, make sure if you're over on the YouTube that you're hitting that thumbs up and subscribing over there. Also, make sure you're following Joel if you're not already. I'm sure most of you are. And make sure you're following this account, because the J Debates account, because this is not my main account. So make sure you're following over here if you were following my other account. This is the account we will be doing the majority of our lives on. And also, Mike, thank you for the subscription. And I have a super chat from J Cal to read. Marduk, thank you for the super chat, letting me know that YouTube didn't have volume there. And then J Cal says, tell Joel to praise God already.
No.
Joel, you gotta praise Doug. Praise Doug.
Oh no, I don't know who that is.
J Cal to read. And what?
Sorry, I was just testing something. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'll just change my background here to hold on here.
Jam Jam, how old are you?
I am unfortunately in my 50s. I wish
Right
I
on.
was back younger, but that's what.
Are you an atheist, or are you atheist?
I
Do you believe in
believe in
God?
Christ, though I'm not.
Okay.
Yes, yes, and I am up here primarily to help my friend James out a little bit because I felt some things were said
Okay.
that I really want to clear up.
All right, we'll defeat you too, Jim. Sorry, I'm too aggressive already. I apologize for that.
Jo- Joel's mean. I'm sorry, Jam.
What did James
It's
get
okay.
wrong? I mean, I felt he got everything he said wrong. What would you say as a real, tried, tested, and true, dyed in the wool Christian that's not a Christian?
Oh, I don't think I don't. I'm here to help James.
Yeah, what did he fuck
I
up
don't
on? Like, tell us
necessarily.
what he
I
got
mean, I
like
saw.
horribly wrong.
What I'm here to help him. Why would I say that he got something wrong?
Well, why would he need help if he nailed it?
I feel like. Well, I feel like that. You guys were saying some things that were kind of confusing him, and I want to clear that up.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
feel that one of the things that was being said to him was that, and I get it because I used to be a fundamentalist Christian and I'm not
Ew.
anymore.
Ugh, the worst
Um,
kind of Christian, right? At least the wrong kind
yeah,
of Christian, right? They're
it really
bad.
messed up my yeah, it really messed up my life. But and I think that's where you guys were kind of maybe coming from with this, was saying that if you're a Christian, that God doesn't see you worth anything. You're just something to be used. Um, and I have to push back on that, because there's passages where God says you are fearfully and wonderfully made. Love one another as you love yourself. There's a lot of love that God speaks through the Bible for us.
Where does God
There's
say,
also an.
hold on, Jim Jam, where does God say that you are fearfully and wonderfully
Mhm.
made? I'm curious. I don't know that that's in there. I know
I
that
wish I
David,
yeah,
or whoever
it,
writes
it,
the Psalm says,
yeah.
for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. But God doesn't, I don't think God says it. And what I was saying was that, like, what is our purpose? And maybe you can answer this question. What is our purpose for being
Mhm.
created? Why did God create us?
Right. As to the first point, when David's saying that, he's talking about what God was saying to him in that passage. So he wasn't saying that, even though he wrote it, he was quoting what God was saying to him. The second part, as far as what our purpose is, I think that's individual to each individual person. I don't think there's anything in the Bible that says robotically that, okay, everybody's flat purpose is this. Um, I think that's, to each person, everybody, it says in there, everybody's given a gift
Okay,
in this
so what?
world.
So you believe that
Everybody
God
has different
created
gifts. And
us? You
hold on.
believe
Let me
you're
finish my thought, and then I'll let you go. Um, he compares us to the body, and he says, and I can't remember the quote, but the ear can't say to the nose, "You are not important." Um, the hand can't say to the foot, "You are not important. You are not necessary." Every part has its function. So
So we
we're
are the
all
body of
important.
Christ. So
We
you're
all
you're
have a
leaning into
purpose.
just Jim Jam. You're like we have this is a bit of a show. We have to keep it a little bit peppy. So you are you're referring to the body of Christ, right? So there's that metaphor I'm guessing Paul uses, that he says we are all part of the body, we all have a different role that we're supposed to play, and all of that stuff. So our purpose is to be the body of Christ. So our purpose is to maybe do the things on behalf of Christ that Christ would like achieved in this world. Is that what you're saying very slowly?
I think that's part, we all have our gifts that will make an impact on the world, yes, but I also think that we all have our own purposes that are unique to us too. I don't think that
you know what? Let's do it this way, Jam
necessarily
Jam.
has an
Jam Jam. Why
answer
don't we
for
do it this way?
everything.
Just because, like, I get like you're surmising at this point. You're just kind of like guessing at stuff. Do you have verses that we can look up so that we can understand what our purpose is? And all you have to do is tell us the addresses, and we'll go and read them. So, do you have any sort of biblical evidence that would tell us what our purposes
Well,
are?
honey, yeah, I don't. I'm
You don't
sorry,
know,
I
eh?
don't have those memorized.
So
Like
how
I
are you
said,
coming up to help James
well,
when
I
you
don't
don't
have
know your
those
Bible?
memorized.
Yeah, you just don't. You don't have a clue what the Bible
sir,
says, eh?
No, I do because I'm talking about it. Just because I don't have the verses down doesn't mean I don't know my stuff.
That you misrepresented
But
Psalms
I'm just gonna
139
say-
too, Jam Jam. You misrepresented Psalms 139
Why is that?
because it's not God speaking. He is lamenting to God. He says, "For you created me, my inmost being. For you knit me together in my mother's womb." And then he says, "I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well." So he isn't quoting God. He is saying what he believes about God.
I've heard that differently, so I don't know. I guess that's my mistake on that. I've been told that in a different way, so that is my mistake. I do apologize for that.
There's a lot of places,
But I just don't. I don't think that the Bible is intended. That it came off God's printing press and it's going to answer every purpose. We all have jobs that we do.
Any questions, right, Jam Jam? The Bible doesn't answer any questions. You're right. I think that's because it's a completely
I said
vapid,
it doesn't
useless waste
answer
of
all
space.
questions.
Or any questions.
No, I think that's an arrogant, manipulative way for you to try and get your viewers
So I think
in your base to
that's
go,
fine.
yeah.
That's fine that you're making that joyful that train. It's fine that you're making that claim. It doesn't really
It's probably
matter.
good that it's covering up that
this-
BS you just said.
Jam Jam, this is the beauty of it, is that you don't have anything to offer to the conversation. You won't be able to bring up scripture or anything. So everything you're doing is just guessing based on your opinion.
That Jam Jam, again, you're misrepresenting scripture, and Joel was right, because it says all scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for any good work. So anything good you need to do is defined
But you don't
in
believe
scripture.
that.
But you are the one that said the Bible.
Oh my goodness,
You
he
don't
got
believe
us.
it.
We don't believe it, so we can't speak on it. Jam Jam, we're just going by what the book says. and
I
what
told
Christianity
you what I
teaches.
believe, and I said
Oh, okay.
that I don't believe everything in there is literal.
Okay.
Oh, so you just take what
So
you
I didn't
like
come
and
on
you
here
throw out the
saying
rest.
that.
You're
believe
just like
everything
James.
is
I don't know why you thought you could help James. You're literally exactly like him. You're doing the exact same thing. You're just making
that's why
stuff
I
up
came
as you
up
go
here
along.
to help him because
Because you can make it
no,
up better
I came
than
up
he
here
can
to
make
help
it
him
up.
because I am like
Maybe the
him.
stuff written in the book
I am like
is
him.
not what it seems, and I'm the only one who understands.
Can you hear that?
I'll
You guys
just
are
ignore
pitiful.
what it says
You're so
because
pitiful.
I can. I'm just making it up as I go along.
Just making it up,
No.
baby.
Yeah, it's a
That's
choose
not
your own
true.
adventure.
You guys are like teenagers or
Jam
something.
the
This
Bible
so
is just
funny.
a choose your own
guys
adventure,
are like
and you're proving
teenagers.
that just like everybody else, it's just a silly choose your own adventure.
All I've done the whole time, Jam, is read the Bible, and you're
No, it's
crying
not.
about it and calling me a child because I read the Bible to you and showed you how you were wrong.
What I hear you
I
saying, Jam
admitted where
Hold
I
on,
was
I'll
wrong.
focus up here. What I hear you saying, Jam, is that hey, the Bible doesn't really give us a direct purpose or anything like that, but I think all of our purposes are different. We are supposed to be the body of Christ, but maybe we're supposed to have families or something. And I think that it's like good that we have purposes in God, blah blah blah. So that's not saying a lot, but I think that like if you look at what the scriptures actually say, what we're here for is to bring God glory and to do the work that he wants us to do as far as being the body of Christ goes. That's what Paul would teach, being part of the church family and things like that. And what my point was is if God is all powerful, he can do anything any way he wants. He doesn't need anyone. Like no one is necessary to him. So when you claim any of those things, even giving him glory, because the Bible says if we don't give him glory, if we don't praise him, even the rocks will cry out, right? So he doesn't need us for anything. He can do it all himself. And so anything that gives us meaning or purpose, it doesn't hold a lot of water because it's not necessary. And I find more purpose in things that are necessary than in things that are just like some all-powerful God's elective, right?
So you're saying, if I get this right, you're saying because he's all powerful and he can do all these things, what's my purpose?
He doesn't need you for anything.
Is that what you're saying?
He doesn't
basically?
need you for anything. Yeah. So if your purpose
he doesn't need you.
Yeah. If your purpose is going to be like my purpose, which is relationships with people around me, things that I love doing, things that I'm passionate about, the things that give my life purpose, your life might have the same kinds of purposes that like imbue your life with meaning. If that's what you do and I do it, then you don't need God for that. We don't need any sort of like Christianity for that. That's just life. That's just normal stuff. And that's all I was telling James.
Yeah, I'm trying to get what you're saying. I think I'm getting what you're saying. I think what I would say back to that is that the story of the Bible, and I mean that's if you believe the story of the Bible, which I know you don't, is a story of God basically at the beginning being more of using his all-powerful authoritarian nature in the beginning, and as it goes through, basically humanity pushing back and saying, no, we don't want you in these spaces, all the way to where it eventually says Jesus is the last thing, is the last sign I'm going to give you, and I'm going to put my spirit in your heart, and that's it. So he's not going to use his all-powerful, all-encompassing thing. It's his spirit in us, as far as how he's working today.
It's not really a matter of like he is going to. He could. So you're not necessary, and he will.
He could,
if you
but
don't give
he's
him
not
glory.
going to.
If you don't give him glory, Jam, even the rocks will cry out. So he says, I will. If you don't do the thing I want you to do, I will do it. So what you're saying is incorrect.
That
I don't know.
That and people not wanting God in the Old Testament, and you like making that seem like a bad thing. Why would you want a God that wants you to commit genocide? Why would you want a God that wants you to kill infants? Why would you want a God that has women raped? Why would you want a God that has human sacrifice happen to win wars? Why would you want a God for any of that?
Well,
so you like
you're getting
like talking. Hold on, you talking poorly about the Old Testament people and why Jesus had to come and everything because they didn't want this God. Well, why would they want this God? Jam, why would you want that God?
Well, there's two things there, because I think you're taking that perspective, but that's not the perspective that they had in the Bible. So that's even back in that time, that's kind of a misrepresentation back then. But God, all that stuff went on and goes on today. I mean, we have terrible genocides going on today.
Mm-hmm.
Commanded by God?
God works within the culture that we have.
When was
and
the last
he
genocide
doesn't
that
intervene.
God commanded, Jam Jam?
He doesn't command them; they just happen.
Oh
No, he
but
commanded
did
them
in
all the
Bible, he did.
time.
Yeah.
No, see, this is where I know you're gonna come down on me, but I honestly, I really don't care. As I said, I don't believe that the Bible came off God's printing press. So when it says in there, God said to go kill and rape these people, I don't necessarily believe that was God saying that. I
All right,
believe
so you
man
just pick and
probably
choose.
wrote
So
that.
you pick and choose what is in the Bible
Yeah,
that
see,
you
there
like.
you go. I know you're going
So
to say that.
yeah,
but you
Jam
can
Jam,
do
you
that.
pick
You
and
can say
choose what
that.
you
Go
like.
ahead.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Yep, there you go. Yeah.
It's the obvious.
Yeah, go
Jam
ahead.
Jam. You make it all up.
fine.
Like, I don't know why you're playing the victim right now. Like you're being a bit of a baby, like going, go
Well,
ahead,
the
fine,
thing
you guys got me.
that
You
there is nothing perfect in this world, and if you want to sit here and
why? Let me ask you this, Jam
disqualify
Jam.
God
Why do
and
you
try
think?
and outlogic
Jam Jam?
God,
Hold on. Why do you think? Why do you think there is a real God in this book? Why do you think? Why out of all the made up holy books, so why like Quran, the Hindu ones, why do you think this is the real God? You know the book is flawed. Why are you sure that this God, the way you imagine him, does exist?
Well, I wouldn't say that God isn't in their books either, for one thing. Okay,
So Yahweh and
so I'm not
Allah
just
equal.
saying
They're
that
the
it's
same
only in this
gods.
book,
Okay.
but they could be very well be.
Except that the
You know,
problem is
we've
the
had this
Quran says that
reflection.
Jesus. Do you think Jesus is the Son of God? Because the Quran doesn't say that. There's contradictions. Like, but why do you think? So
Well, I think there's characteristics of God reflected
all right.
in
So
these
it's
different
this
religions.
general God that like you have with your just eagle eye figured out which characteristics are the real God by reading this one particular book and probably never looking at any of the other ones. But you have this eagle eye and you can tell which one's the real God. So what is the evidence you have that this God even exists?
Well, for me, it is the character. You know, the Bible talks about the fruits of the Spirit.
We don't know
So the
that
fruits of the
there's
Spirit
any
are love,
truth to the
joy.
book. We don't know there's any truth to the book. So the character of God is something you've made up. How can we get out of the book and know
No,
that this God exists?
I'm using what I believe is true in this particular passage, which is the fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, and self-control. And where I see those fruits, I believe God is present. And it doesn't matter if you're an atheist, it doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, it doesn't matter if you're a Jew, if you're exhibiting those characteristics, I believe God's present.
And is this God a being that wants to be called God?
I don't think he cares what you call him.
It's a male. So it's a he? It's a man?
Well, okay, I used a him, but that doesn't matter either.
Okay. So it doesn't care if it's called God. It is a mind, though.
Yes.
Does it care or keep score when you do something wrong?
That is something I'm still figuring out.
Okay. Maybe come back when you have an idea of what this God is. Right now, it sounds like you're just like inventing it, and that's fine. You can invent gods all you want. They've done it throughout history. So have fun with that. It's really cute to make up your own imaginary friend. I love that.
Well, if it isn't Joyful and his butt buddy Joel, what's going on, queer boys?
Pardon, you're a little bit muffled and a little bit distorted. Can you get a better
What's
microphone?
going on, queer boy?
Can
How
you get
doing,
a better
Joe the
wait? Can
queer?
you get a better microphone? It's just not clear. It sounds like it's a little bit
got,
fuzzy.
I think
Is
you
there-
got
is
too
there a
much cum
chance-
stains in your ear, Joel. I think you need to go clean out those cum stains out of your ear from your boyfriend.
I feel like you've been doing autoerotic asphyxiation and you still have the ball gag in your mouth.
I haven't heard from Louis in a minute. That was interesting. Louis definitely came up in here. I was not expecting to hear Louis again. It's been a while. We are out of guests over here, and Video Ninja is not working, guys. It keeps telling me there's an error. I've tried on both of my computers, so if you're over in the Video Ninja from YouTube, I am sorry. Tonight is not your night. Because I cannot get in there. But if you disagree and you're in TikTok and you want to cook Joel, come over here and come up here.
So far, I'm 2 for 2. I've destroyed. I got the third. No, 2 for 3. The third guy got me.
He did. He got
called
you.
me a butt buddy, and that was it. He won.
Jam, you pick and choose. Yes. Thank you guys for all the likes. Keep tapping them likes. Share out the live. We're at 50 shares. Let's try to get that to 100 shares. And if you got the coin and would like to subscribe, this is the new channel to subscribe to. If you are subscribed to Joyful, Apostate, my main account, go ahead and just get rid of that subscription. That's dumb anyway. Nobody likes that account. So get rid of that subscription. Come over here, subscribe to this account. This is where we will be doing these lives every Monday and Thursday, 5:30 to 9:30. And we have a friendly coming up, but we have just in the deconstruction zone this Thursday. And then we have a whole schedule already mapped out for September. So we will keep on moving along. Yeah. I need to get rid of that one. That was for a game we played. But anyway, Tiny, you are not loading, my friend.
I see him.
Oh, there he is.
Am I in purgatory?
You
Right
made
now,
it.
It sounds like you're here in hell. Or hold on. You're here in
Hell. Welcome to hell, Tiny. Oh, fuck yeah.
What's up, Tiny?
What can we do for you?
Yeah, I just wanted to
sorry.
just cruising through, seeing you guys up here, and I just wanted to swing by and say that I love your faces and I enjoy it. It's nice and warm in here in hell. It's nice and hot.
It's always
You got
nice and
really
hot up
quiet.
here in hell.
Muy caliente.
There you go. That's nice.
That was nice. Joel can talk to him here. All right, Tiny. Well, I'm going to drop you down. Thanks for coming up, my friend. Love you. And
Okay.
you will be back
Love you too,
live
bud.
on this on Hammy on the 18th, I do believe, of September.
Nice.
If I'm correct. You and
We're
Hammy will
gonna
be...
raise hell.
You
It's
guys
gonna
will
be a
raise
hell of
hell
a
on
good
J
time.
Debates.
I love that. I absolutely
See you, Tiny.
fucking love that.
Hey, when I played my hits, one of my hit songs, was the volume good?
Yeah. Yeah, it sounded good to me.
Okay, cool.
Amir.
Hey, how you doing, Tony? How are you, Joel?
It's like your name sounds like somebody coming in a room like and announcing themselves at a party, going like, "I'm here." I'm
Yeah,
here.
or as I like to say, a miracle.
I love that. That's beautiful.
There you go. There you go. Joel, this is Amir. He's been up on every J debate so far, maybe. He's been up on quite a few. So Joel, I'll let you talk to Amir here.
Amir, have you been spanked in all of the debates, or how do you feel that's gone?
Well, in fact, I'll let Tony answer that one.
No, they've been very good conversation. Amir's a very genuine conversationalist, so
Are you a Christian?
you'll have a
Amir?
good one.
No, I'm not. I'm not a Christian, but I do believe in God. I don't fall under any religious denomination.
It seems like everyone we've talked to so far, even though they've said they're Christians, they just make it up. So, what kind of God do you believe in?
Well, I mean, just before anything else, before we do get into the nitty gritty, I just wanted to make an observation. So
Did
I've
you
listened.
know, by the way, and people don't really know this, but that term is racist.
Nitty gritty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, tell me about it. That's a very
Google
woke
it. Google it after. I don't want to I don't remember the ins and outs of it, but
I didn't know that.
I know.
Thank you for saying that. I think I've said that several times.
I learned that like a few months ago, but it's like it's not something that's in my vernacular, but like some people were saying. But yeah, if you look it up, it is people don't know it, so like you don't think about it that way. But it has.
Well, apparently, Baba Black Sheep is now racist, and they've changed it to Baba Pink Sheep because of the wokest culture that's taken.
What are they going to take next? Baba Booey? You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting here and I'm going Baba Booey, and everyone's like, can't say that anymore. I'm like, what does it mean though? What's the buoy? Anyway, Amir, go ahead. You were going to say something else.
Yeah, I mean, so I've listened to this show for a while, particularly Tony at the forefront of it, and had some great exchanges with him so far. But it feels like the format is stacked in your favor. I mean, the brand, the channel itself is around Christians calling in, but realistically, no Christian is going to abandon their faith live on air, even if you outwit them, which you do every time. That's just how psychological biases work. So sometimes it feels less like a search for truth and more like a sparring practice with easy targets. But since you do also invite people like me, as in someone who believes in God without being tied to a religion, wouldn't it make sense to make that part of your branding too? Because that way the show isn't only about catching Christians out, but also exploring God's plausibility with a wider range of perspectives.
Well, the reason that I aim mainly toward Christianity is because Christianity has a big influence in the United States and the political atmosphere. And so I think it's more important for me to address Christianity and the problematic natures in it. But I do agree with you that I do enjoy when other people come up, deists and stuff, and we can talk more philosophically, because the Christians that try to use philosophy just don't even it doesn't work for their religion. So I do like having those conversations, but I think it's more impactful talking to people that are Christian. And believe it or not, I have been accredited to change or for 15 different people coming out of Christianity.
How many people? How many tallies
15.
do you have? Holy I don't know.
That's quite an accomplishment.
But Amir, I think just to add real quick, I think that like in Joyful, I don't want to speak for you, but I know that for me when I do my lives, leaning into Christianity is also because that's the religion we know. It's the religion we were raised in. It's what we're very familiar with. So it's easy for us to navigate the doctrines and all those things and to know what's in the Bible and to be able to speak to those concepts. It's a little bit more difficult when it's a God concept we're not as familiar with, right? But I personally still do some more like general atheist type stuff. But it's just so much more. It's also like, they say write what you know, debate what you know. You know what I mean? But anyway, go on.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, thanks for clarifying. Does that therefore mean that the primary motivation of both of your channels is to debunk Christianity more so than anything else?
I can say for mine, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's the primary focus. But again, I do not mind having like people like you up to have good conversations as well, because I think there's a lot more learning that takes place when it is a deist and we're talking about these things than a Christian. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So anyway, let's get into the maybe quotation mark nitty gritty without stepping into racist territory.
I don't think that.
So a question to you both is, and I know, Tony, we've touched on this in our previous conversations, but do you think naturalism gives a better explanation for why anything exists at all, or do you just find the God explanation unconvincing? And I'm not trying to corner you guys. I'm just generally trying to ascertain how you think about these sort of things.
You want me to answer that? I feel like naturalism has explanations, right? So there's no reason to need a God, from what I've heard. I'm not much of a science guy, but and just because there's an I don't know somewhere doesn't mean we just like posit a God.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a classic God of the Gaps argument. Yeah, it makes sense. You see, the debate between theism and atheism isn't just about whether God exists. It's about what provides the best stopping point for the question, why is there anything at all? And with that said, would you agree that naturalism still leaves us with at least one unexplained brute fact, just as theism does?
What would you say the unexplained brute fact is? Like
I
everything
mean, I
just
think
always was, or
exactly. Seeing that, I think in naturalism, you would have to take at least one aspect of the natural world as a brute fact, that the universe has just always necessarily existed, whereas classical theism would invoke that God is the necessary foundation for all contingent things, and that exists therefore as a brute fact as well.
yeah. So like I would say this, that what we do know, what we have evidence for, is that there is stuff, right? Like
Correct.
beyond a shadow. I mean, there is a shadow of a doubt, I guess, if you're like a solipsist or whatever. But like we have stuff, and so the question of when that stuff came to be is a question mark, and it could be that the stuff like had a beginning point, and like what made the stuff, what was before the stuff, or it could be that the stuff always was. And I think that like having the stuff, knowing the stuff is here, seeing a cause and effect of the stuff, to just go like, that could have gone back infinitely, right? And I don't know if there's a brute fact there. Maybe the brute fact is we have this stuff, but that's a brute fact that we know that it's here, right? But the cause and effect of the stuff went back forever. That's like not really adding that much to it, right? But having that go back for a really long time, stop, and then something else like creating it, you're adding a whole pile of more stuff there, and there's no like reason to do that. It doesn't give you any explanatory power.
And that's interesting. So is that maybe trying to appeal to something like Occam's razor to say that
There's a little bit of that. But have you ever heard of Joel's Wet Box?
No, tell me about that.
So this is like it's a newer theory that people are floating around. It's gaining a lot of traction. What it posits is that the everything came from the beginning of all time. Everything sprung out of a slightly dilapidated, pretty soggy cardboard box. Now it's a magical box, but it's this box that literally everything, it's just a wet box that everything sprung out of, and that's how we have all things. Mm-hmm. Does that sound like a good argument or a good theory? Hypothesis?
Then I guess the question is, where did that box come from?
It's a
'Cause it
magical box. It always has been. It's an always has been wet box. Now I do have a little tiny bit of evidence for it. Where did you come from? You specifically, how did you get here?
I mean, there's a long answer and there's a short answer. And it depends on how you want to respond to something like
you
that.
Specifically, you personally, how did you come to be?
Through a long chain of events, through natural selection, evolution. You can say there was a big bang that led to
the most like before, like this is before you came to be, and then when you came to be. So like how did you
my parents?
Yeah, so you would say that you sprung forth from a wet box, right? Your mom's wet box.
I mean, we can roll with this analogy. I'm quite interested to see where it leads.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's evidence that life does come forth from wet boxes. So my point in all of this is that, can you believe this? There's literally as much evidence for a wet cardboard box at the beginning of all things as there is for any God concept.
That's the part that I wouldn't be able to get my head round. You see, naturalism assumes that all phenomena can be explained by natural processes, but if natural processes themselves had an origin, then it raises the question that
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about a magic wet box. I wouldn't call that naturalism.
so what is this wet box akin to? What is it supposed to be
So
done?
what it's doing is it's putting just something someone made up in an I don't know. And there's just as much evidence for a wet box, a wet magical box starting all things, as there is for a disembodied mind that's outside of space and time that spoke everything into existence, right? There's literally just as much evidence. So if you think it's stupid, which you should, for somebody to think that a dilapidated wet cardboard box magically had everything spring from it, then you should think it's just as stupid that a disembodied mind spoke everything into existence, because we've never seen anything like that. It's a completely random made up thing there's no evidence for. You know what I mean?
So I don't think I completely understand, but maybe you can help clarify a few things. This wet box, could you use the same wet box to argue for any naturalistic theories for why anything at all exists? I mean, like, let's just say quantum fluctuations or multiverse theories. Could you just then use the wet box and substitute for that as well? Does it? I mean, the point that I'm trying to make, Joel, is everything under this wet box metaphor equally absurd, God included?
No, like there's things that we would know, right? There's things that we would know how the world works. Now, I'm not a science guy, but if we know that that's how it works, there's like it's repeatable, there are experiments, all those things. If we know that this is a fact of the universe, it just came out of a wet box. Like it just came forth from a wet box. What's the cause of it? Where did it come from? Wet box, magical wet box, right? If there's other things like, it could have been this, we don't need to put the wet box there. Like that's just another guess or something. I don't know what you're talking about because, again, I'm not really a science guy. But you get what I'm saying? Is that the wet box explains all the things that we know, and it's just the origin of all those things, just like God is. And then you can ask me a myriad of questions, and I can just make up any attributes about the wet box I'll need to make up in order to not have it, like to make it seem like it makes sense for whatever problem you could find in there being a wet cardboard box. And magic will be one of the main answers.
Right. Okay. I mean, I still don't think I completely understand that. I apologize. It's taken me maybe a little bit longer than you might like for me to wrap my head around this. But are we supposed to take this wet box, its existence as a brute fact? It just exists necessarily. It grounds everything.
Everything
Okay,
comes out of it. I don't know that it grounds everything. I think that like some things would be grounded. I don't know what you mean by grounded, but some things would be grounded in the universe that came out of the wet box.
Right. Then how does that become too dissimilar to the God hypothesis?
It's just it doesn't have a mind.
Right, but it acts with intentionality, or
No, everything just sprung out of it.
so this mechanism of things springing out of the box, can you explain that in more detail?
The magic?
Magic.
I don't know how you expect me to explain magic. The box's ways are higher.
So if it's acting magical, it sounds more akin to a mind or something of that description.
No, it's just. Have you ever heard of like? There's a myth that like represents it kind of, and it's called Pandora's box. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, Pandora's box.
Yeah. So is Pandora's box a mind? This is just a way that you can kind of understand it. Is Pandora's box a mind?
No, but
No, but
Pandora's
all sorts
box.
of crazy things flew out of the wet. It wasn't wet, but the Pandora's box, right?
True, but Pandora's box was a complete hypothetical.
But that's fine. I'm just saying it's kind of like a story that maybe would help you understand how the wet box works. It's mysterious and magical, and everything springs forth from it.
It's an interesting analogy, Joel. Maybe something that I
Like
would.
the thing is that like if we go and look at God, you can ask the same questions and you're going to get similar answers. You're going to go, how does God, who's outside of time, like create time when he would need to like have a thought? There would have to be like a progression of existence in order for him to do that. Well, he's God. He can do that. God's able to do it because he's God, right? Like you'll get those types of questions. You go, this doesn't make sense with God. It's God. God can do it, right? So it's just that same thing. If you make something up that's unfalsifiable, you can just make more stuff up if you have questions. And again, there's no evidence for any of this. So just because we have a popular term called God, right, that everybody just like, I think that thing exists, we have some sort of like vague understandings of the attributes, which will change depending on the conversation, right? It doesn't make it true, doesn't make there any reason to believe it. There's no evidence for it, right? So that's what I'm just trying to show you how absurd the God thing is. It's not doing anything more than a magical wet cardboard box.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not suggesting that my arguments are demonstrating that God's existence is true. Rather, my arguments are there to demonstrate that the God hypothesis is more plausible than any naturalistic explanations that we can fathom.
Then the wet box hypothesis is too.
I mean, I wish I could get on board the wet box.
What does the God hypothesis offer that's more plausible?
Well, it acts as something with much greater explanatory power.
How?
And I also believe it to be much simpler. Well, you see,
like what does it explain?
So frankly, it can explain why there is something rather than nothing.
The wet box does that.
For the sake of this discussion, Joel, because this is the first time I've ever come across the wet box, and I still think I'm missing the point of your analogy. Is there any other analogy that you can give me that can help me understand?
Not really. What I'm saying is we're just going to look at the explanatory power of the thing that you've made up is the start of all things. I'm going to be the wet box guy, and you're going to be the God guy, and we're going to see who is offering anything. I think they're both going to offer the same thing, which is just two people saying things. So you said that just thinking there's a God at the beginning of things offers explanatory power, and that is where things came from. Wetbox does that too. So it has the same explanatory power. Things weren't there, and then everything came out of a wet cardboard box that's magic. So do you have anything else that God offers?
Right, but in this instance, you're taking the wet box's existence as a brute fact while still conceding that it exists necessarily within the natural world. So
when did I say within our natural world?
I thought it would have been implied. Because
how can our natural world, like our universe, come out of something that's in it? That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. That I'm in 100% agreement.
Yeah, it's outside of space and time, obviously.
100%. So therefore, if it's something that acts outside of space, time, matter, and energy, then by its own very definition, and I think the definition that you might be alluding to is that it is a supernatural explanation, which would be more
magic, supernatural magic. That's the same thing.
So is that therefore not appealing more to the God hypothesis? You see, again, Joel, I'm so sorry that I have to drill into this point. I still don't completely understand what this wet box is supposed to be representing in your arguments. Perhaps you can paraphrase it, and I can still try, and I can make a more sincere attempt at wrapping my head around it.
There's no reason for me to repeat the wet box stuff. you're going to show us what God explains, what positing a God explains, and I'm going to just say the same thing about a wet box, except my wet box doesn't have an intelligence, it doesn't have a mind, and it doesn't care about anything, like nothing moral, none of those things. It doesn't do any of that. So it's much simpler than than the God hypothesis. So if we want to apply Occam's razor, then the wet box would make more sense. But yeah, so what does God explain? I'm still waiting on that. I know it explains how things got here because God. How does it explain that, by the way? What's the explanatory power that God offers? Does it tell us how that happened?
Just very quickly, as a point of clarification, the wet box still doesn't have an explanation towards any mechanism that it could have for creating anything. I think by your own admission,
it magically sprung out of it. So everything was in it, but like you know how Mary Poppins takes so many things out of her bag and they get bigger, and it's like, how is all that fitting in her bag? It's like that, but magically. So let's go back to God. So do you have any way to know how God did anything, and the mechanism by which God, a disembodied spiritual mind, if this is what you believe, made physical matter and things like that?
Well, we wouldn't be able to rationalize it scientifically, as in there's no empirical ways that we can use.
That's like the box, actually. So no explanatory power. So what else does it explain? So it doesn't explain that. What else does it not explain that you'd like to say that it explains?
Well, you see, look, it would put an end to things like regress. As in naturalism,
the box does that too, yeah.
Why these laws, why these... I think actually what you're explaining without realizing is something that's akin to a god, but you're just labeling it a magic box.
It doesn't have a mind, though. God specifically has a mind, and it's also not wet all the time. But this cardboard box is always wet.
I think your magic box does have a mind, because you're suggesting that it can do things.
Don't posit things about the magic box, please.
But you are positing it. You're saying that it's doing things magically. So
it's magical. It's magical, just like Pandora's box.
So if it's acting magically, then it would suggest that the act of creation is something magic, which would sound miraculous to me. Which again,
it is magical.
No.
It's a magic box.
Do you see how it could be interpreted by many people, how this magic box is actually something that is quite consistent with classical definitions of a god, as in it is acting magic.
No, it doesn't have a mind, and it's also not all powerful, and it's not omniscient. It doesn't care about anything. It's like just a magical box. It's think about a box, and it's that, but magical. It doesn't have eyes on it and go, hey, I'm a box. Like, it's literally not sentient. It's just everything springs out of it. It's more like, actually, dare I say, like a natural phenomenon, like the laws of nature would be if they were the things that existed since the beginning of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just worth clarifying as well that I don't fall under any religious denomination. So maybe the caricature versions of God that you have painted.
No, but what do you believe about God then? Let's just clarify that. Does it have a mind? Because you might not believe in a God at all. You might believe in a box.
I would say would act with intentionality, which would be, I guess,
so
synonymous somewhat with the mind. Somewhat, yeah.
All-knowing?
Yes, I would suspect so. Again,
all-powerful, probably. Outside of all-powerful?
I would suspect, certain attributes about God I would need to consider in a little bit more detail, but yeah, I would say for the purpose of this discussion, I would suspect
it's would be really handy for you to do it, Amir, is just to take the time out a weekend, if it takes a day, and just write down exactly what you imagine the made-up God in your head to be. And then, I don't know, what should you do with it? Crumple it up, throw it in the garbage, because it doesn't matter what we make up, right? If there's no evidence for it, who cares what you're imagining a God would be? Like, isn't it a little silly at this point? Like, if you can't get what's happening with the cardboard box, or maybe you're choosing not to. It's so obvious that when we make things up to fix, like to fill gapes, it doesn't really offer any explanatory power. It's like you're literally, I haven't quite made up what I think about that God yet. Like it's literally just making it up. Why bother? Why are you doing that?
It's a very good British accent. I mean, just to your point, there's two things I would say. The first one is, when we talk about certain attributes of God, I may not have a definitive opinion on that, but I don't think I need to, because sometimes you don't need an explanation of something if it's the better explanation that you have. I mean, say, for example, on the subject of analogies, let's just say, for example, if we were taking a stroll on a very far away, distant planet, and we came across some very sophisticated artifacts between us, then we could conclude that extraterrestrials are likely the best explanation for what these artifacts.
Before we do the analogy, let me just I want to drill down. Sorry, Amir, it's just the analogy isn't going to do anything for me. So let's just do it with the cardboard box and God again, okay? So I'm going to say that the cardboard box, I'm going to make the claim that a wet cardboard magical box is the best explanation for the beginning of the universe. And I want you to use whatever God you imagine and say why your God concept that you haven't quite realized yet is the better explanation.
Are you making the claim that your magical wet box is a better explanation?
Well, you're the one that made the claim that the God hypothesis is the better explanation. I don't know, better than what? Naturalism?
Correct.
Okay, but not better than the wet box. So on par with the wet box, or which one do you think's better?
I still don't understand what the wet box completely refers to.
Right, I don't understand what your God concept is. So we're on the same page there. So what is better? Your made-up God concept or my made-up wet box concept?
Between my God and your made-up... But I actually think, though, if we scratch beneath the surface, your wet box concept is very similar to the God hypothesis in the way that you're trying to...
I already explained how it's not. Your God is omniscient. You agree to omniscience. My God, mine isn't a God. Mine's not a mind. It's a box.
Maybe there are some attributes that don't fully align, but the fact that it can create...
Magic. My box doesn't create in the way that your God would probably, because it doesn't like do it mindfully. It's just everything springs out of it in a magical way. It's like a magical... You might call it a natural phenomenon, but it's
how
like
are you defining magic? Yeah, because I'll give
it's
you the benefit.
just not what we think of as natural. So it's just like outside of what we understand, really. Just like the mechanisms by which your God creates are outside of your imagination.
If it's something that's beyond what you would understand yourself, then how do you not know it is an act of creation? If by your own definition, it is something beyond what you understand.
You're shifting the burden. I want you to prove that your made-up God hypothesis is the best explanation in light of the wet cardboard box. What does yours offer?
I just want to understand it because I want to hold you to that particular point, Joel. If you are saying that your box does things just magically, then how do you not know that whatever comes out of this box isn't a byproduct of creation? Magic by itself would imply something completely unknown.
I mean, you're right. You're catching me up on the term magic because I thought that like just the things that we don't know, that we don't see, like we don't see whole universes coming out of boxes, but it could be a natural phenomenon. Like the wet cardboard box could be just like a brute fact of nature that everything comes out of, but our natural world is outside of it, kind of thing, right? It's hard to explain because I'm still making it up. But tell me what your God does, that the God that you're still making up, how your God explains it better.
Could we also say that there's a possibility that what comes out of this box could also be...
If you're not gonna, I'm done with the shifting. I want to hear from you because you made the claim that your God is a better explanation than, I guess, naturalism. But is it a better explanation than the wet cardboard box?
Well, you see, the thing is, if you're going to ask me, is it a better explanation than the wet cardboard box, then I have every right to ask you questions about the wet cardboard box to understand your concept better. And when I ask you these questions about the wet cardboard box, you go back to asking the original question, why is it a better explanation than the wet cardboard box? And you don't even grant me the opportunity to examine your worldview in greater detail. And
Because I don't think you know what your God is. I don't think you have any good reason for your God either. So you're just like having fun with my original concept, which is so much more exciting and fun. And like I say, I can make anything up. It's unfalsifiable because we can just keep making stuff up. Okay, it's a useless conversation. And that's all that's going to happen with your God concept. So there's literally nothing that makes your God concept more convincing than my wet box concept, other than people have heard of God a lot more, right? And I don't know if both of them are better explanations than naturalism, except that naturalism is something where we have the nature, and all we're saying is it just goes back to forever. There never was something supernatural or outside of natural. It just always has been that. We're just not adding something to it. But your God concept just adds something to it as unnecessarily as the wet box. But we're on a carousel right now, Amir, and if you're not going to engage with your God shit, then I don't want to go on the ride anymore. I'm done with it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm happy to draw the line under this because I think it's food for thought for both of us, and I want to keep the discourses respectful as possible. And I think I've taken up a good chunk of time. Maybe this is something that we can jump back on a later stage. Because there's a lot.
I would just like stop and just positing a made up God in your own imagination that you don't even know the attributes for. Because it doesn't do anything, it has no explanatory power.
I had a follow-up point which I wasn't able to complete.
What is it? Is it a point or a question about the box?
And it was just a rebuttal as to why we don't necessarily have to map out every single attribute of God in order to say that God is a better explanation. As to
why don't we do this real quick, just for me? Give me 5 things just off the top of your head that your God explains.
5 things that he explains.
Yeah. 5 things that your God has explanatory power. Your God gives explanatory. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, look, my argument inevitably hinges around one central main point, which is that God provides a necessary foundation as to why anything at all exists, and it is a better explanation than anything that naturalism can provide.
Okay, so what's the explain? I know that it's like you have to explain, like show me how God explains that. You're positing it, I get it, but like show me how God explains it. Like give me detail to it. Give me a syllogism.
So it's not going to be a syllogistic argument. I'm just going to explain why God has more explanatory power, and it's simpler than naturalistic arguments. So, for example, God would unify different puzzles such as existence, order, fine-tuning, intelligibility under a single cause, much like one equation explaining multiple phenomena, or the God hypothesis puts an end to regress. Naturalism risks an endless why these laws, why these constants, whereas God holds to regress by being necessary rather than contingent. With theism, there is a single necessary anchor. God posits one necessary mind that grounds contingent reality rather than layers of brute assumptions.
God is a brute assumption.
Yeah, he's a brute fact. Yeah, so he
is the brute fact. What if the laws of nature are a brute fact? So the laws of nature, whatever they may be, they may not be the laws, the natural laws that govern our universe, but they may be like greater ultimate laws of nature, which cause the Big Bang and all those things, but it's still the same sort of like consistent laws of nature that we would recognize. I'm not a science guy. And so these laws of nature have always been, but like the wet box, they don't have an intelligence. They just like unify everything like under whatever these particular laws are.
I mean, there's every possibility, and I'll happily concede that the universe could also exist as a brute fact. I think at this point it becomes more a matter of temperament, as in an atheist would ground their worldview more on empirical reasoning, whereas theists would ground their worldview more on metaphysical truths. And so which way you lean, really, I think is just a matter of your epistemological, fuck me, that word is a mouthful, preference.
Yeah, like if it helps you to have an imaginary friend to like think that that's how you're able to know things or whatever, that's cute. But it could also be that just like everything is natural and we have these natural laws which have caused the like everything to do what it does, this universe to come into existence. But I would say like the universe, this iteration of the universe as we know it, you know, and that could be just literally how it all goes, and everything is kind of inevitable. You might even say necessary or something like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I think that's simpler because we don't have to imagine a made-up thing, and we don't have to like imagine the kind of like attributes of the thing. Like we're just not doing that. All we're saying is we know what we have. We know that there's cause and effect. We know that there are natural laws. We're just going to say that like goes back forever. And I don't know that just going like, but God really does give any actual explanatory power, right?
Yeah, I mean, that in itself, have philosophical debates over things like traversing infinity or eternal pasts. I mean, I will say this, and maybe we can have this as like a wrapping point of the discussion, that theists would tend to value metaphysical truths, so concepts that explain the ultimate nature of reality beyond physical evidence, and they would seek coherence, necessity, and grounding for existence, even if these truths aren't empirically verifiable. Whereas atheists would prioritize empirical truths, so claims that can be observed, tested, and verified through naturalistic methods, and they would often value simplicity.
Yeah, I think that it's tricky to call them truths when there's no evidence for them. Why don't we call them guesses? So the theists will have a lot of like, did you say metaphysical guesses that they make up in order to try to explain stuff that they, the little gapes in their minds of how they think things work, and then naturalists will just like get the real evidence of the truth of how things actually work. Is that what you're saying?
No, and I think you're I think you're deliberately misinterpreting the point there.
Well, like what do you, again? I haven't heard. I've literally like, what is it that a believer in a God? Like, what is it the God explains? Like, I just still don't really get it.
Well, at this point, Joe, you're actually making a positive claim that naturalism provides a much better foundation as to why anything at all exists over the God hypothesis. And my question to you is, can you demonstrate that?
Yes. There's no reason, like there's no agreed upon attributes of whatever this God is. So there's no reason for me to engage with it. There's no evidence for the God, and you yourself are still making up your God. So literally, like it's a non-conversation, right? The only reason why you can say it's better is because you can keep making the God up. But I would say that the wet box does just as good of a job.
So your argument inevitably hinges on naturalism as a better explanation than the God hypothesis by shitting on the God hypothesis.
I would say this.
That's fine.
The naturalism gives you explanations. I would say under naturalism with science, we have explanations. Imagining a God is not an explanation.
Could you tell me what explanations we have that grounds naturalism under a naturalistic worldview? Like what processes can explain, what natural processes can explain naturalism itself?
Well, I'm just saying we have nature.
Sure. And the question goes, I'll repeat the question.
We have natural processes, right?
Sure. And what
seed, tree.
Joel, I'll ask the question again. What natural processes are responsible for the origins of naturalism itself?
Like, are you saying that like the reality of life, what grounds the reality of how the world works?
The question is, what natural processes are responsible for the origins of naturalism themselves, for naturalism itself?
So what is it that brought us from another state that we don't know about into this state that we do know about? Is that kind of what your question is?
No, because that would the other state would still imply something within a naturalistic framework.
I don't understand the question.
All right, guys, we're going to finish up here. Joel, answer his question, and then you can ask Admir one last question, then we're going to move on.
But I just took a bite.
Well, I mean, I'll wrap it up on my end. Look, naturalism assumes that all phenomena can be explained by natural processes. However, if natural processes themselves had an origin, then it raises the question, can a system explain its own creation without appealing to something outside of itself? That's the question that I was trying to get Joel to respond to. Nonetheless, I will say this has been a fucking fruitful conversation. I love it. We gone deep into it. It's good. It's healthy.
You got really deep in my wet box, and that was fun. The wet box loves it, and yeah, I don't know. I think that like what we have, and we're talking about explanation. What we have is natural explanations. That's what we have, and we can explain so much of our actual world that is real naturally. And putting a God in any of that doesn't give us any explanation. So all you have is the gapes, and you're still shoving God in those gapes. Yeah, fine, that's fine. It's not an explanation. It's just like a placeholder, right? Because of all the things we go, oh, that's natural, that's natural, that's natural, that's natural. And that's the only place we've ever found explanations. So to say that God explains anything is just like a misnomer.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree, but thank you guys so much for your time and much love, and hopefully, yeah, we'll speak again soon.
Yep. See you, Amir. Have a good one.
Bye.
We have that same conversation every time, so I thought it might be nice for the listeners to have somebody else talk to him, because it literally just goes in the same circle. I go a different route than you went, so it was a little more refreshing having that conversation.
The who was it? The first guy that came up, Qualia.
Yes,
he's a polite Qualia. It's
yeah.
like literally the same thing. I'm not going to define the God. I'm not going to do very much here. I'm just going to be like a God, a God idea that somebody made up one day might be the more reasonable thing than just like, where did these things come from? But you can't do anything with a wet box. Well, you can do a lot with a wet box, but like you know, you can't. Nobody can beat my wet box.
You can do a lot with a wet box. You can do quite a bit with it. We got, just one second. I gotta read a super chat right here. Let's see. Well, if it quits. Thank you for the 5,000 won, SHK. Poking holes and questioning naturalism is shifting the burden of proof tactics. Provide your own working model with predictions that can be verified. And that's exactly what mine and American conversations have been in the past. There is no probability of a God because a God cannot be quantified. But we can quantify the natural world around us. We can quantify what naturalism brings to the table. Therefore, we can make probabilities out of that. So it is more probable, just based on definitions, that naturalist viewpoints are what brought us to where we are. What are you eating, Joel?
It's a little bit of like a salad. It's got peppers, cucumber, and mango.
Sounds yummy. It's also cute watching you eat it. Guys, thank you for being here. We are at the halfway point, and we are almost to 50,000, which is where we want to be. We want to be to 100K by the end of the show. We have 2 more hours left in the show. Hopefully, we'll get a couple more callers in here. Sorry, Video Ninja isn't working. We got it to where my TikTok guest could talk to you, but we've had issues since then. So I don't know what's going on. I finally figure out one problem, and then I can't. So if you do want to talk, go ahead and come over to TikTok, get in the guest box. Joel would be more than happy to get you in our box.
Please come slip in our little box. We have a shared box tonight, and that's right. This is a dumpling crushing a rock. I don't know why. I hate cilantro.
If you guys haven't read the description over there on YouTube, make sure you go ahead and read it. I think it has some important information, like this is powered by Doug, brought to you by Doug. So just make sure that you guys keep that in mind when you're watching the show. It is powered by Doug. Monkey Bitness. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Making me hungry over here. Joel, you're making the listeners hungry. Joel be like that sometimes.
I'm so sorry. Usually I'm a thirst trap.
He is a thirst trap.
Usually they call me a thirst trap, but today today you're hungry for it. Maybe it was all that talk about. Wait, no, the wet box is more of a that'll quench your thirst. You know, hey, have you heard my wet box hypothesis before, Joyful, or was that the first time?
The wet box? Mm-hmm. I think I've heard you say it before, but usually when I'm listening to you, I'm doing a million things around the house. So you say a lot of things, Joel.
I'm a talker.
You are.
You know, as they say, I've got the gift of the gab.
I know I've heard the song you played earlier, but at first I didn't recognize it because I just hear it in the background. I don't ever really stop. Mm-hmm. Usually have the time to just stop and listen because I'm usually doing daddy stuff.
I don't play that. Ooh, daddy. I don't play that one too terribly often. Unfortunately, it just doesn't. But that guy, Jam Jam, was a total. Was it Jam Jam or James? Was a total choose your. It was Jam Jam. Total choose your own adventure, and but this
Nephilim, Amir, thank you for the subby. Thank you for the subby.
Amir is the perfect guy for the wet box thing because it's just so useless, but it was so fun to kind of explore the idea with someone who took it seriously, type of thing.
I think that Crystal always expresses that she's agnostic because she just thinks that the whole God definition is nonsense. So why, she just doesn't even engage with the God hypothesis. I get to that point more and more talking to these people. They can't ever really define their God. Besides when you get to Christianity and the Bible, but then it's you go to the atrocities and everything, and the best ones will say that's not really how God is because at least they have some sort of morality within them. And then you get the crazy ones that are just yep, right, that's good.
Right. But it is kind of made up as they go along. Every iteration of Christian is just kind of I'm gonna swap out this this attribute of God, or the Bible is not literal over here, literal over here. This is what it means. This is why Jesus died. It's all so like, all right, what's the one that you believe? All right, let's see if we can debunk the thing that you assume is what it means. Like,
Yeah.
it isn't really fair to us guys. Like, if there's any Christians around, like, it's not really fair to us that you keep on making it up. If we could just, like, if you guys could come together, figure out what it is that you believe, and maybe get rid of all the his ways or hires so that we don't need to worry about that nonsense. Because that'll be a wall where all of a sudden, you know, we'll make a really great point, and then you'll go, well, his ways are higher, so I don't need to deal with that question. So if we could solve all those problems, please, then that would really work for us. Gemini, what did you just fucking say to me?
Cry
What did
harder,
you fucking
Joel.
say to me?
You can whine. How dare you? You can weep. You can cry your...
Yeah, shut that shit off. So, guys, if you are a Christian in here and you want to talk, we're just waiting to talk to you. Otherwise, you're just going to have to sit here, watch Joel eat, and ramble about whatever Joel's rambling about. And I'm going to sit here and enjoy it. Hi, Schley. Nice to see you. Make sure you're liking the live, sharing it out, guys, so we can get some ops up in here. They will never...
I didn't realize when I muted, I would like everyone would lose the song. That was a mistake. I just apologize for that.
Yeah, Video Ninja people, you'll have to come over to TikTok if you have a TikTok account and talk to us. I am sorry that it is not working today. I have tried several times to click on it, and it says there's an error. I do not know why, but...
I wonder if it must be that they're down.
Well, people are saying they're in it as my guest. Maybe it just isn't letting directors in. I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, I'm not a tech guy.
Me neither. You usually have to call Benny for these kinds of things. Let's see here. Over there in the YouTube, make sure you're subscribed and thumbs up. Make sure you go over to Joel Reads Bible if you are not already watching Joel Reads Bible on YouTube. You can read the Bible with him from start to finish. He's not quite finished yet. So from start to somewhere in the Old Testament.
I'm still in Duber. Actually, today I posted one of my favorite chapters. Deuteronomy chapter 13. Talk about it, Joy.
Nice. Deuteronomy chapter 13. Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
I'll give you a hint. Hey, bestie, you want to go worship other gods, or are you going to stone me to death?
You gotta stop it. That was a good hint. Yeah, you don't want to tempt your fellow Israelites to go worship other gods, because God does want them to stone you, for sure. Even if it's your kid, if it's your wife, it doesn't matter. If they want you to go worship another god, don't do it.
And I
stone
made
them to death.
This great comparison with Jim Jones. Do you know in Jonestown, even before it was like they left, even when they were like, was it New York they started in? Anyway, where the original church was, they had Jim Jones would say to the families, they go, I've got spies all over the place. You don't know who's a spy in the church. So if anyone comes up to you and goes, hey, this is fucked, right? I'll know, and then I'm gonna punish you. Was it California? Then I'm gonna punish you, and I'm gonna spank you in front of everybody. In
Indianapolis, Indiana.
Indianapolis, interesting. So he said that he goes, I've got spies, and you guys will get in trouble, and he learned that from God. Just go read 13 with me on Joel Reads. on Joel Reed's Bible, because like, what happens? There's this in the first part of the chapter, which we usually read like from verse 6, which is like if your best friend tells you to. But in the first part, it's like, I'm gonna send prophets. They're gonna do tricks. You're gonna think they're legit, but it's me testing you. So I'm like, he's basically saying, I'm watching you. I'm doing this as a trick to get you, right? And then Austin, I'm sorry. And then he says, I'm going to punish the guy that I used to test you. That's not very nice, God. That's not very nice.
Not nice at all.
I gotta tell you, Joyful, the more I read about this Yahweh, I go, he's not a very nice guy.
He's not. In fact, I would go further and say he's rude.
Yeah, I would totally support that. I'm not gonna sit here and go, oh no, he's not rude. Like, that's harsh. No, he was not rude. He was rude.
He was rude.
He was not nice and very rude. And look, if there were other gods on offer, I'd say, like, let's go worship them, because, like, this is not a good one. And I know that's going to get me in trouble. People aren't going to like that. But honestly, like, he's a real Rudy Patootie.
He is. And, he even, doesn't even care. He's like, you're my people and I love you so much. You didn't know you weren't supposed to pick up sticks? I don't care. Fuck you. Kill him. Kill him. I don't care that you don't know, but I love you guys. You are my chosen people. But you better know your rules. Know your rules. You better know your rules. Yes, sir. If you disagree with knowing your rules, get in the guest box, and we will talk to you about the rules that Yahweh have set forth.
I think it was Duke 30. Let me have a look here. Because it's really interesting what I uncover when I read this stupid book. But there was this maybe is it 28? Maybe it's 28. But it's so funny because he's like, no one else will love you the way I love you. He basically says that. He's like, oh yeah.
Yes, Jarab, it is also streaming on YouTube on JA Debates over on YouTube. And all of these lives are over there as well. So if you miss anything, or if you want to screen capture something later, go over there and yeah. Anyway, what, Joe?
He goes, in Deuteronomy 28, he's like, I'm going to kill you guys. Like, if you guys do it, if you don't follow my laws, I'm going to kill all of you and make you eat your babies. And then in the next chapter, he's like, you can go try to worship other gods, but they're not as good as me. Like, you're not gonna do well under them either. They suck. So you might as well just stay with me. Follow my law. If you don't, I'm going to fuck you up. And then in the end of 28, this is so funny. He says, the Lord will send you back in ships to Egypt on a journey I said you should never make again. There you will offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you. So he's saying that, like, I know you guys want to go back there. You get fish every day. You get meat all the time. You loved it there more than with me, suffering in the wilderness where I don't give you water. And if you ask for it, I send snakes to bite you and kill you. And I've killed literally everybody in the previous generation. And we're just about to go do genocides in Canaan. If you guys disobey my laws when we get there, you won't even they won't even want you when you go back to Egypt where you were slaves. They'll be like, no thanks. He's like, I am the only option you have, so just fucking do what I say, and if you don't, you're gonna eat your kids, okay? Like, what an abusive piece of garbage. It's so funny. They won't even want to buy you as slaves. Do you think you're going back to Egypt? Just do what I say. It's so rude.
It is rude. And that was my whole point. He's rude. I mean, there was this creator on here, I Am His Pastor, and he was live the other day, and he was just saying some outlander stuff, and I think you've probably seen him a couple times. But he was saying God wasn't rude. Like, he literally used the word, God wasn't even rude. And I was just thinking, he clearly was rude. Like, how could you even make a statement like that? I don't know. Not much of a pastor.
He said wasn't even?
Yeah, he said no, I think he said he weren't even rude. Is what I think that might have been what he said. Is he weren't even rude.
He's like a country boy. He's like a Southern Baptist preacher or something.
Yeah, I think he's something like, I don't know. I see him on here every now and again. I'll go and look at his lives.
It's just such gross rhetoric. Like the way that I think of it, I go, this is such gross rhetoric, you know? Like, I can't stand people like that. I'm sure he does like shitty apologetics and just like says dumb things. Is he one of the like dumbest Christians, like the ones that don't know even how to spell anything?
Yeah, he's like, well, he's a typical Christian. Like, he has a lot of like
rot.
fervor in his voice, and he acts like he knows everything, but there's nothing. There's no substance.
Yeah,
yeah,
there's never substance.
There's never substance. He can't even define God. That somebody asked him the other day to define God, and he like said 17 different things, but never actually addressed the question. He told a story about paint and trunks and trees outside, but he never got to the meat and potatoes.
He sounds like Amir. Like, I know Amir's not a Christian, but he sounds as effective.
Yeah,
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I Am His Pastor is just a little. I think his problem is he knows just enough of the Bible to get Christians stirred up.
Right.
But he just doesn't know enough to like change an atheist mind.
Yeah, it's. I feel that way too about these all of the Christians. As soon as the spell is broken, and you can see that they're just nonsense, snake oil salesmen. That's when you go. I felt I had another talking point, but I can't remember what it was.
That is true, DJ Hot Tub. That's probably why I Am His Pastor gets so many trolls on his live and has to boot him, because he just so it's like Darth Dawkins. He gets trolls all the time because he's just so obnoxious. Anyway, if you disagree with this background and you are like I Am His Pastor and think God isn't rude, come up and talk with me and Joel, because we'd like to explain to you how the God of the Bible is rude. Or if you just want to talk about some God, at least have some sort of like definition of this God for us to discuss. Q-Top is I Am His Pastor. Q-Top visits I Am His Pastor's church. I heard that in one of I Am His Pastor's very first lives, that him and Q-Top were pretty close, so it makes sense. He used to be.
No wonder there's those legal issues with I Am His Pastor.
Yeah, he said that
he's. I just googled it to figure out who this guy was, and apparently there's something about kids and stuff. It's weird.
Yeah, Q-Top, when he was just a Methodist pastor, Q-Top used to be his altar boy, is what he said in one of his lives once. So I don't know. Maybe that's what's wrong with Q-Top. Hitting around with I Am His Pastor for too long.
Thistle honey, yes, I did make this bowl. It's heavy. It's a little heavy. I have probably too much clay in here. I probably could have. Well, I would have wanted to take it out of the inside part, but it's still a little heavy.
Yeah, it's a nice bowl, Joel. It's a nice
Thanks. Yeah, I can make a bowl. It's like I say, it's a little heavy. Like when you want things to be a little bit more delicate.
Yeah, but at least it's sturdier that way, right?
Yeah, it's a big, solid, like hefty bowl. It's got speckled clay.
Ooh.
See if you can see that.
Do you do it at home, or do you like go to a place to do it?
At home in my garage.
Nice.
I've got a wheel that I got from a trash. It was in the trash. Somebody called me once and they said, "Hey Joel, you're gonna want to get out here." It was like a friend of my friend. He's like, "Hey, come over down here. There's somebody got a wheel, like a pottery wheel on the street." And I was like, because they knew I was into pottery. And I had just done hand building at the time. So I raced down there. I go, "Can you, like, how big is it? Can it fit? I have a matrix. Can it fit in my matrix?" Well, he said, "Yeah." But I was picturing, I don't know if you've ever seen like these big pottery wheels. They come up pretty high and you just like kick them, or sometimes, but they're quite big, heavy things. And I was just like, is it like that? I don't know if that can fit. So I went over there and I said, "Can you stand by it so no one else takes it?" And it was like pretty small.
Sorry, mezzo.
What the fuck did he say? If you mix a lot of body fluids in with the clay, will it still work? Yeah. From my experience, it's perfectly fine, and it's more of a meaningful gift that way. I mean, all the cum gets burned out in the kiln, but so it's not super big. It's not too tall. It's like maybe that tall. And so I waited. I put it in the car. It had all sorts of nuts in it, like a squirrel lived in there.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so I cleaned it out, lubed it up, a wink.
Gotta lube it.
And it works. I think it's going to die eventually. Like, it does smoke sometimes, but it mostly works. And so that's what I made. I make stuff on.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. I don't have an Etsy. I don't do clay enough, and I also need to make these. What are they called? You want a Joel Nut Bowl? I have to make 3D. I've got to 3D print some dumplings.
Yeah.
And then
do some dumpling giveaways.
It's just I've been very just haven't done it. But yeah.
Yeah, we want clay with fluids, Maya says. Everybody wants Joel's fluid in their clay, for sure.
Well, I'll try to see what I can do is, like, because you have what's called slip. It's just like it's like liquidy clay, and that's how you make things in what are they called, molds?
Yeah.
So I could always come in the clay and then just pour it into the molds. If people will pay more. You could do that. Mm-hmm.
You could do that, and it would have your DNA in it forever, Joel.
Mm-hmm. I think
the problem is
out,
what
honestly.
it. Yeah, it probably would, because the problem would be like somebody gets unalived by somebody smashing one of your clay bowls over their head, and then your DNA's all in it. What the hell? You're fucked.
Blazing pottery. That's fine. Yeah, that you're right. That does sound very problematic.
No.
It looks like
and probable.
And probable, yeah.
And probable, yeah.
Unless, doesn't intense heat, like thousands of degrees, burn out DNA?
That's a great mystery novel. Yes, it would be. I would think so. I definitely would think so. Thousands of. So, do you have your own kiln?
Maybe what I'll do is I'll send a little note with it. I'll be like, "Don't kill anyone with this." Yeah, I have again, I got that for free too. I was I just asked on Facebook. Sometimes you just ask on Facebook. If I was a Christian, I'd be like, God gave me a kiln by having somebody respond to my thing on
TikTok.
did I say on Facebook? And so I was just like, does anyone have like space in a kiln I could use? Because I just wanted to I had made the initial thing that I was hand building, and I was like, I just want to make fire a couple things. Like I don't want to do like a whole thing. And this one guy was like, call me or something, and he was like, I got a friend that's trying to get rid of one. So I drove out to the rural area, and there was a rusty old kiln there, and it works.
Nice.
Not sure how much longer, but I just got old free stuff, and then eventually I'm gonna have to upgrade to something better. So, but
Right on. Guys, make sure that you're sharing the live. We're still only at 50 shares, or 51, because Mezzo did just give one share. So thank you. Cam, nice to see you. Make sure you're tapping them likes. Let's try to get them likes up so we can get somebody in here to talk to. Your guys are eventually going to get sick of me and Joel talking about coming in bowls and shit.
Yeah, right. They'll get sick of that. Hey, have you noticed that Christians are not we're not just having these free will conversations? Do you think they got the point? They're like, free will. They'll still say free will sometimes, but it's not I found they never talk about free will or the Garden of Eden anymore. And that's probably because they just don't. They just realize that there's no value in it. Free will isn't a very good answer in the Garden of Eden. Never happened in a stupid story anyway. This is just too enticing, Christians. This is just too enticing. Mm-hmm. Have you ever noticed? Have you noticed that?
I have. I think your mic sounds hurt me.
Is it
earlier?
earlier.
Is it right now?
No,
is it bad right
fine.
now?
I think it sounds fine now. There's the tiniest. That
He's
might be
loud.
Mine. Hold on. What if I do this?
I don't know why I'm loud. I have it turned almost down. Crystal says it's perfect, so you guys are all liars, and we don't like you anymore. What were you saying, Joel? Sorry, I got distracted by that.
I don't know. I don't remember anymore.
Slay ruined the whole thing. What did you say? Slay said,
What did you just say
rubbing
to me?
or something. I don't know. Yep, atheists are liars. Slay's one of the worst atheists. She's hard as hell.
Slay, why are you so hard?
Why are you so hard?
So hard. We can all see it, and it's embarrassing. Remember the first time I said that joyful, and I got that made you laugh. That was
it did. I broke character. I laughed and and then I actually was stopping. I was like, that's from my smoking, guys. That's from the smoking. Gotta clear my throat.
Then that just became one of our staples.
It did. You're
walking
hard
around, and it's embarrassing. So I'm so excited about this because I feel like, and I know you were having mic problems, but I don't want to brag, but I feel like I've never sounded better. I just ran this, and it was just the OBS. I had it set a little bit wrong, and then I just fixed it, and now all my problems are solved, and it feels amazing. The fact that I can get this reverb going is just wonderful. I've got a compressor on, and I can play my songs. It's just because before I was in Mezzo's live, and I put on the reverb, nobody could hear it. I think they could only hear it on YouTube. But now it's everywhere. Actually, you know what? I'll put a delay on it. You'll like this. I'll say it's
put
everywhere.
A delay. There you go.
We'll go like this, right? It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Nice.
Let's do complex.
Nice. Where'd you order that mic from?
That's not right. Sorry, what?
Where'd you get that mic from?
This mic, it's not really the mic. This mic is just Amazon. It's an SM. What is it? It's an SM77B, and SM7B. It's a very popular like vocal mic for all sorts of different things. But I have a whole setup here for recording and stuff like that. It's quite ornate.
Crystal J, what is your age and are you atheist?
I'm over 18, sir.
Crystal?
But listen, I came out to tell you that the sound that they were hearing, I don't know, you guys let me know in chat if it's gone now. It sounded like a zombie was sliding a hoe, not the kind that stands in the corner, but like the kind you use on a farm, dragging it behind them as they walked along. That's what we were hearing.
No.
Nice. I don't know what is up with that. I was having all kinds. Didn't my other mic sound fine when we tried it the other day?
I don't remember.
No, I'm talking to Crystal.
It did.
Oh,
And at first I didn't hear what Schley was saying, but then
This isn't my
while
new
Joel was
mic.
talking,
It isn't.
oh, it's weird.
Because my new mic at the beginning of this, Joel couldn't hear me. And then when he could, it was making really
We
bad
couldn't
noises.
hear you in chat either. Hey, welcome in, Sam.
Hey,
Welcome in,
Sam.
Sam Raiders.
Thank you for the Sam raid.
Thank you, Sam.
I'm gonna drop
Hopefully you
down.
bought-
I just wanted you to know, but when you mute Joyful, like we don't hear the dragging hoe. We don't hear the hoe dragging.
Do you
Is
hear
that
it now?
Do you?
Joel? You are so ridiculous. Hang on, let me listen.
I'm not
I
sure.
don't hear it. Do you guys hear it in chat still? Let me know if you guys hear it in chat still.
You sound very quiet, Joyful.
And Schley said no, but he's sitting still. Maybe it's some rocking or something you're doing that is making
it's
a
when
noise.
you move.
I'm gonna jump down now. You guys, if you're a Christian, get up here. Come on and talk to
And
Joel and Joyful.
I will destroy you.
I can't hear you, Joyful.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
There you go. Okay, if you disagree with God does not exist or with JRB being here, go ahead and come up and let me know why you disagree with Joel being a co-host or why you disagree with the background.
What's this one like? What are you talking about? I don't know. Why did he say that he didn't want me to be his co-host? This is so strange. I don't understand why he would say that about me. It's so odd. I feel so disappointed. What did I do wrong?
Is that what's going on in your head? That's what it sounded like. Deep thoughts with Joel.
Yeah, it's like
we need
I'm
mezzo.
sitting here just like this, like normal, and then you say that like if somebody doesn't want me to be the co-host, and in my head I'm like, why doesn't he like me anymore? Why would he say that he doesn't want me to be the co-host? That's so really strange. Like, why would he say that about me? That's crazy. I was just sitting here trying to do my best. I talked to a mirror for like half a fucking hour like I was a piece of shit.
The reason Mezzo isn't up here is because I've extended invitations to Mezzo, and Mezzo says he can't.
Every time,
Because Mezzo
why,
hates
why is everyone talking about Mezzo? Mezzo this, Mezzo that. I'm here. What am I, chopped liver? Why would they mention Mezzo? Why put Mezzo in the comments? I'm here. I'm a human being. Like, this is so rude.
I'm gonna have to get me a mic like that.
It's not
That
the
would be-
mic, it's the sound. It's the stuff on the computer.
Oh, that's the soundboard stuff. But either way, I'd like to get some stuff like that for Pastor.
Why does he need all sorts of delay? He's just like, Let's see what this one does. What does this one do? What does this one do?
We could do that when people are praying and we're making weird noises and our yes lords and everything have some reverb in it. That'd make it nice.
That would make it nice.
My misophonia. Guys, we do not have anybody trying to come up and talk to us, which is sucks. It sucks, guys.
It sucks
Why
ass,
can't-
guys.
Yeah, come up and tell Joel at least how much Mezzo's cooler than him. Let's get something going.
Don't do that. What I'd like to do is I'd like to try to add, I think it's going to be a vocoder so that I can do, do you remember that one? Ooh, what you say? Ooh, that you only knew well, but another than. I gotta create a, like I can do that. But I have to I forget how to do that. So.
Who is G, Andrea? I don't see them in. Was that Andrea that said to invite up G? I think it was. I can't find G in the chat, so I don't know. I don't know who that was. And no, I can't bring my main account up because I don't have. So I live stream off my phone, and I can't do it with my computer because I don't have live studio because I'm a loser.
Stop. You are not a loser.
I am.
Stop. No.
Please stop it.
Stop. You are not. Stop it. You aren't.
That's why I say it, so people will tell me I'm not. I think...
Well, you tricked me, you loser. I mean...
I'm friendly, by the way. Just... Can y'all put up request box? I'm not sure. There's the guest thing in the bottom, but... Just John, I'm not pretty. I don't know if you're pretty or not, John. Never seen you. I'm sure you're pretty in your own way. Okay? You're pretty in your own way. Let's see here. Over on the YouTube, make sure if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up. Every now and again, hit that little heart over there by the chat. You can put the 100s or the confetti or whatever. It helps boost out the live. Type something in chat if you haven't in a while, and make sure to subscribe. Also, go over to Joel Reads Bible, subscribe to his YouTube and his TikTok if you haven't already.
Yes. Yes.
We are looking for 2 more subs here on JA Debates tonight. Our goal was 7, and we are at 5 of 7 subbies. So, if any of you got the coin, and can subscribe over here, it helps the channel. TikTok wants to push out things that are making them money. For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Over on the YouTube, thank you to my mods on YouTube and on TikTok. You guys are amazing. You are here every time, and you do a great job. Jeffro, thank you for the subscription. The Hamburglar, Seth, thank you for the subscription. Jake, thank you for the subscription. We beat our goal. We beat our goal. Thank you so much for that. Do appreciate that a lot. Joel is my leader. I'm new to this combo. What happens here? Well, we prove that God doesn't exist to people and they don't like it, and
yeah,
they quit coming up after a certain point.
Fuck
they
yeah.
Just don't. They don't want to fucking talk to us because we suck. Joel is mean too.
We don't. No, that's not us. We don't suck. They do the sucking.
That's true. The Christians suck. Joel was just mean to them, and now they don't want to come up anymore.
I'm not. You know what? It's because I'm too good at cooking.
That is, you done roasted them. Oh,
Yeah, and I don't mean to, guys. I mean to be so nice, but sometimes it's just impossible.
it is impossible sometimes to be nice to them. I'm a little meaner than Joel though, so I really shouldn't be saying anything. I'm like I often feel like the Matt Dillahunty when he's with like Forrest Velkai or something, and Forrest is trying to have a conversation with somebody, and Matt's like, "Fuck you! You don't even really care about having a conversation." That's how I feel a lot of the time.
That's so true. That's so true.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Yeah. He's mean, and there's no reason for it. There's no reason for it, Matt.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the gift.
There's no reason for it, Matt. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
Matt's mean. Matt's mean, and I don't know. I kind of am just a little more like Matt. All right, I can't help it.
Don't be.
I used to be a lot nicer, guys. I swear. Before about a year and a half of doing this, and then just can't handle them anymore. I can't handle them.
And I can't handle them anymore.
I just can't. It's so hard.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
I can't.
I just can't fucking
I'm
do
getting
it.
meaner. Yep, Volcy gets it. He's getting meaner by the day too. Yeah, it's hard not to. Matthew is super patient. I'm confused. Matt is patient to a point. But once people like have pushed him past that point, and the same with me, it's just fuck you. And that's like I get there. I get there just like Matt. And Joel's just like, I'm gonna pick on you, but I'm not gonna be too mean. I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm just gonna make you look like an idiot.
Sometimes I have to yell at people. That is true. Sometimes I do have to yell at someone. Like I have to tell them off.
That is true, but most of the time you just ridicule them to. Yeah,
hey, that is true too.
That's true. Joel is a tease. He's teasing everybody. We were talking earlier about his thirst traps. He does it while he reads the Bible too. Go over to his YouTube page. Yes, JP. I miss Skits and Bits too. He posted a video the other day of Champ, and it was nice. He was feeding him the body of Jesus, making him holy. So that was nice. I like to see him making a video. Skits is top notch. Top notch.
Yes, he is. That's true.
Did you notice that? I will say this. I think Joel broke Skits. That's my theory, because Skits and Joel were like tight, and then Mezzo came around, and Joel started calling Mezzo his best friend, and shortly after that, Skits quit going live.
Oh,
that's just,
shoot!
It's a conspiracy theory, but I think it might be true. I think Joel may have broke Skits. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, you know what? There's so much jealousy. And it breaks my heart too. Testing. Okay, I just tested that.
No, you did test.
Did
that.
you hear?
That was
Hold
nice.
on. Did you hear this? Do you hear the like weird?
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I need to.
That is nice.
We're gonna get good. We're gonna get good here. Let's see what this does. Testing. All right, so now I just have to figure out.
It's crazy that we've ran about 250 to 300 people the whole time, and we haven't had ops in the last hour.
You know, they're just waiting till I get this vocoder working.
That's what it's for. They're like, we need Joel to be on point for this debate. Switch over here to support Joyful. Guys, once again, thank you for all the likes. We have an hour and 15 minutes left. If you are an op, come up here and have a talk. I swear I was joking about us being mean. Neither of us are mean. Well, I've got to say what it takes, Joel.
Okay,
Gotta say it.
We just love people.
Yeah, we have joy down in our hearts.
We've got the
and we
joy, joy down in our hearts.
Where?
Sorry. Down in our hearts. No, down
Where?
in our hearts. Down in our hearts. You know what? I've got the pieces passes.
Oh, we got D12 coming up.
What's up, guys?
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19, sir.
Are you a theist?
I'm not atheist.
You're an atheist?
I'm not an atheist.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you misheard. All right. So, are you a Christian?
Yes, sir, I am.
Why do you like God? Why do you like Christianity? What is so convincing about Christianity that would make me and my buddy Joel here want to leave our atheistic ways?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I said, what is so profound about Christianity that you can make me and Joel see the light and change from our atheistic ways?
I mean, I have personal examples and I have examples from other people. Would you like my personal ones?
Like personal examples, like you were healed or something like that?
No, just so a little bit ago I had a friend that tried to commit suicide, right?
Mm-hmm.
So during that time I had prayed to my father, the Jesus Christ, and as I had asked him, I asked him to keep my friend safe and to have him text me back because he would not respond to my messages. About, I'd say 5 minutes later, I had received a text from him talking about how he had not attempted to do it and that he ran back home shortly after. So I just think from that, I think that was a miracle performed by God, as I prayed to him just prior to him to text me back. I mean, I tried for over 2 hours and he still wouldn't text me back. But as soon as I prayed, 5 minutes later, it was given to me.
Have you ever tried that? Like when it comes to children with cancer, have you ever tried to pray for a child with cancer and he was healed? D12? Like, do you have something that's not like somebody? Oh, he's a troll. Your mom knocked on your door.
Sorry about
Why
that.
did you run? Oh,
I don't know why that did that. Oh, that's why. Yeah, we want to go back to this.
I just gotta pray to get a text back. Yeah, I got it's always weird when they have these dumb things like keys. People text me back. Seriously, give me something like. I went into Riley Hospital and prayed over these kids, and 17 of them went home that day.
Yeah, just something that's
terminal.
repeatable that we can do every time.
Gee, the age limit is 18 or older. We will take anybody 18 or older, but please, I prefer somebody that's going to be mature enough to hold a conversation. So if you're 18 and act like you're 12, then probably not. It's probably not going to work out for you. But
Yeah.
if you're 18, you can come up and give her a try. That's fine.
Testing. Oh, there we go. Testing this thing.
Free Palestine.
I'm testing it. You can sing very emotionally, and that's how. I'm testing this thing. You know what I mean?
God does care about God does care about football games.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I know a lot of people that pray over football games and just like it turns out for at least one of the people, because there's people praying for both teams to win. So God always answers somebody's prayer. And that, so I guess God has 100% track record on Super Bowls, answering the prayer, because there's two different, there's got to be people on both sides praying. So he's answering the prayer for every Super Bowl. Pete's red. Have you read the letter her friend?
Sorry, what was the question?
You had a question from. No, I lost it. Daisy. It says, "Ask Joel if he's read the letter my friend wrote me." Was that in Crystal? Was that the one in Crystal J's?
I missed that. I don't know where that is to be found.
I think it's in Crystal J's thing, because I read it. I read a letter that somebody's friend, but I might be wrong. It might be a different person. There's a lot of things going on in the Discord that I read every day.
Let me just say that,
it is Crystal's channel.
I have missed it.
And Joel was
done. You'll cook the fuck out of me.
Sorry, I had to take that phone call. Is there no ops in this? Like, what is happening here? If you are an op and you are in here, I will take anybody at this point. Even if you're somebody that I'd previously said not to come back up on my channel. You are more than welcome at this point to come up. I'm trying.
Who's coming up?
Anybody.
Okay. I don't know if
anybody.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Amir's gonna come back and talk to you, Joe.
Why is Amir coming back? Do you think that's
yes, opposition, Janice. If you are a Christian or a believer in God, come up and let's talk about it.
I think it's a bad idea for
Oh.
to come back.
Well, yeah, that's right, Caris. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get
Miriam, are you a Christian?
Miriam. Can I just say, I watched the new Mission Impossible, and it was trash. It was a trash
Really?
heap. Yeah. It was just okay. long and nothing
I was
good
confused.
happened.
Well, yeah. Do you expect any Tom Cruise movie to be great at this point?
Maybe not at this point. I just...
Mastermind, what is your age and are you a theist?
Yes, 45.
And you're a theist?
Yes, I am.
Are you a Christian or what God do you believe in?
Christian.
You're a Christian. Okay. Can you let me and my buddy Joel here know why we should quit our atheist ways and come to Jesus? Like, give us some good reasoning to make that plunge.
Well, I don't know why won't ya? Other than if ya just choose not to believe. So I have my reasons why I accepted to believe. Now
Okay.
you have your own reasons why you choose not to believe.
Yeah, I know. What I want to know is why you believe, because maybe why you believe would make me and Joel believe.
No, because this is about a personal experience. It has nothing to do with a code or some type of special understanding. This is all individually.
But
Do you?
Master, sorry,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Joel.
No, you go. No, you go.
Oh, okay. So, what I want to know is what kind of experience you could have that would make you believe in a God that told people to unalive infants and rape women. Like, what kind of significant experience could you have that would make that all okay, and you be like, I believe in this God now?
Well, I don't think that was my premise to believe in a God that unalive children. History has a dark side, and there's things from history we will never understand. But when I see the beauty of life and those people who have gone to know him through that side, not through that lens that you trying to describe it, it gives you a desire to know and to accept.
Yeah, but God did do those things according to the Bible.
That's according to how you want to interpret it.
No, that's not interpretation. That's what the Bible says. Do you
It's
disagree with it?
interpretation.
No, it literally says it. If the Bible says something, is it true or is it false?
All is up to the interpreter to believe what they want to believe.
Okay, I'll read you the scripture and you interpret it to me. Okay,
I'm not going to interpret. I'm not here to interpret. I'm here to believe or not to believe.
Master. The point of this is to have a discussion, and you're telling me that I'm interpreting wrong. So what I want you to do is tell me the proper interpretation. So we're gonna read it.
Who has the proper interpretation? You or the people who wrote it?
Well, we don't have access to the people who wrote it, but we have the access to you. Do you have the
so I'm not an interpreter of
interpretation?
it. I'm only an acceptor. I'm not an interpreter.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what it says. You're going to accept that whatever it says, but you're
Whatever
not going to know
it said
what it
said.
means.
I cannot change what it was said.
So if it says that, like, God said, "Hey, go and take a pipe and shove it through a young girl's head,"
There's nowhere in the Bible that tells you to do that.
No,
Yes,
but
it
I'm
does.
saying
It
if
says-
it did.
No. Tell you personally?
Oh no, but he told
Okay.
other people to do it.
No. Well, that's the other people, other time, other frame of thought.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but God told
Yes, it
them
does matter.
to.
Well, let's just see.
Okay.
Mastermind, is God the same yesterday, today, and forever, like the Bible says?
As he claims to be in the scriptures, yes, he's the same.
Okay, so it doesn't matter who and when. It's him that's doing it. So if
Him
it was
doing
bad,
what?
making the command. So for instance, if I were to
Command
command
is
somebody,
not a control order.
well, let's
What's that?
look up the let's
command
look up the
is not a
definition
control
of
order.
command. It says
No,
here the
'cause the
definition is
command has nothing to do with
control
the Bible.
order.
The Bible
It's
says
like
in the
almost
mindset.
exactly what you said it wasn't. It's an authoritative order. Like it's literally that.
Well, it's up to you to obey or not to obey.
So do you think it's bad when somebody commands a bad thing? Or
Do
just
I
like
think it's bad? A
it's
person,
amoral?
yes. It's a person, yes. A person, yes.
Yeah. So if
You don't
God
tell
commands a
deities
bad
how to
thing, then it's
command
fine.
life and death. You don't tell deities how to command the life and death. That's not up to you.
Yeah. So you'll just accept what the horrible thing that the God commanded was. Okay, that's fine.
You have to. What you gonna do about it? You cannot change it.
So was it good when God commanded them to kill infants?
I'm not here to judge a God on his actions.
Was it good? All right,
was
so
not good. It was not
you
good.
don't have the fortitude to stand up for your
I
God and
already
say
said it.
something
It's
he
not
did was
good.
good.
It's not good to do harm to others. It's not good.
Okay, so God told them to do something that's not
That's a
good.
God. A God could do whatever he wants.
Okay, so how do you know? So first of
Oh
all,
my
is
God.
your God all good, all loving?
No.
Okay. Do you how do you know that the God that you believe in, that you've had experience with is the God of the Bible?
How do I know? Because that's how I accepted to him to be.
That you made that up for yourself?
I accepted him through the teachings of other people.
What does that mean? So other people told you that it's the God of the Bible, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, if it walks like a dog, if it talks like a dog, it is a dog, right?
I don't know what you mean in relation to God, because I don't know how God walks or talks.
Okay, but you talk like you do though.
All right, so
I'm
how does
asking
God
you
talk?
questions.
I don't know either. You're the one claiming here that he said people to do stuff.
You
and
said
they
if
do
it
stuff.
walks like a duck and talks like a duck. So obviously you do know how God walks and talks, or you wouldn't be able to make that judgment. So how
Okay.
does God walk and talk?
Just like Jesus did.
Oh, Jesus. So when Jesus said that you should stone kids that disobey their parents, do you think that was a good thing Jesus said?
Are you making that up or are you just being
No,
funny?
that's Mark 7.
Mark 7. What does it say?
Jesus tells, so the Pharisees come in and the disciples are eating without washing their hands. The Pharisees say, Jesus, why are you letting them eat without washed hands? That is against tradition. And he says, the prophet Isaiah was right when he prophesied about you. You worship God in vain because you no longer hold to his commands, but rather hold only to human tradition. And he says, you have a great way of putting aside the law of God for your own human tradition. For the law of Moses said, if a child disobeys his parents or curses his parents, they are to be unalived. But instead, you say that if they did something for their parents that they declared as to God, then you no longer make them do anything for their parents. So Jesus is saying the two commands that he points out that they are letting go of for human tradition, that he's calling them out for not holding up to, is stoning children for disobeying their parents or cursing their parents.
Do you believe that different cultures have different approach to dealing with life?
Oh, yeah, but God shouldn't. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever.
Well, you don't
This
live
is
in
your
time.
God.
You live in time.
Well, yeah. So God changes in our time, but he doesn't change eternally. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. You said it. Yep, you said it right.
So God does change.
Changed. What you mean change by what? What do you define by change? Explain that to me better. 'Cause I understand that eternity. You cannot change something that is eternal, that has no measure, has no material, has no matter. So change has to have a
I think it's
corporal.
more like you're a moral relativist. So sometimes it's good to what were you when were you doing joyful to kill babies or whatever?
Yeah, killing babies.
So sometimes it's good for God. Sometimes it's good to kill babies. So it's good for God to command killing babies. That was a good thing that God did because of the time and place.
Well, you claiming it to be good, or you think that God called it to be bad, or whatever you trying to twist
No,
here.
I'm saying that the Bible just says like let's just
Well,
take
good
let's
has
just
nothing
take
to do with that
Master,
action, you know.
Master, let's just take one step at a time. So the Bible does say
Yes.
that God commanded the Hebrews to go kill children. Right?
Yes, but
so
does
it
the
does
word
say
good?
that.
Does the word good is in there?
Well, so God is sometimes evil. You worship a sometimes evil God, or
Okay.
you don't have an
No.
opinion.
Let's walk it back like you claim that you're doing.
Okay,
Let's
we'll
walk it back. Let's walk it back. Is the word good in that context?
No, but the way I would put it, I think this is
You
where we
interpret it.
get
Go ahead,
tripped.
interpret.
This is no, it's not an interpretation.
No,
It's
what is
like
it?
what it is like let's take God out of the equation. Let's just put
Oh
me
no
in
no
the
no no no!
equation.
It's about God. It's not about me.
I'm putting me in the equation.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
this is what I'm showing. I'm showing that like if I were to command or
Are you eternal? Are you all knowing?
Master, do you know what I'm going to say?
No, because you're
Then why
not
the
all knowing.
fuck are you interrupting me? Why don't you listen to the question or the
Because you're
point
trying
that
to
I'm
act like you
making?
could think like a God. You cannot think like a God.
You don't even know what I'm going to say. All I'm
You're
trying
gonna say
to
something
do.
dumb.
What?
You're gonna say something dumb.
He's crashing out.
You
No, I'm
don't
not
think
crashing out. You
I
just
don't
cannot
think
crack
you
me like you
sound
crack
dumb. What are
everybody
you
else.
saying?
That you're not eternal
I
thinker.
know. All I'm trying to do for you, Master, is we're just trying to get to some sort of a understanding of what is being said here to you. So I'm saying, is this action or command good, right? And it doesn't have to say that it's good. We can have an opinion about that. So if I were to tell children to go and, smash a frog, would that be good or bad? We know I'm doing the command. I'm not saying if it's good or bad. I'm not having an opinion on it. I'm going, go do that thing. Is it in your opinion, would like hitting a frog with a hammer
That's a
be a good
hypothetical,
thing
and that
or a bad
hypothetical
thing?
is,
Yeah, it's
is
hypothetical.
unlogical.
It's a crazy hypothetical, but like, would
Do you
Hypotheticals
think
are
the
not
ocean is
illogical.
bad when people die in the ocean? Do you think the ocean is bad because people die when they drown in the ocean?
That's not the hypothetical. It's has
Okay,
nothing to do
okay.
with
I'm
this.
going into your logic.
So
Do
my
you think the
question is,
ocean
do
is
you
bad?
think it's wrong for children to smash? Like it's bad for children to smash
If you don't know how to
frogs
answer
for
that
no
your own
reason?
self, that means you still gotta go get moral classes. If you need me to answer that for you, you have
I
issues.
don't need you to. I just want to see what
All right, is
your.
this? Let me try it this way, Master. Is disobeying God bad?
Is disobeying God bad? I don't know. Because we
Okay.
are disobedient.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit,
Have a
and
good
you
life,
won't answer
master.
questions.
You have no brain.
What? I don't know. I don't know if disobeying God is bad. You aren't a Christian. If you do not think disobeying God is bad, you're not a Christian.
This is
Like
why,
that is
like,
somebody other Christians. If they came up and said he wasn't a real Christian, I'd be like, yes, you are correct.
You're
that
correct.
was not that was not a Christian.
Schley said unmastermind. That's funny. You know, patience is a virtue, but like sometimes they seem to try to make you say like, hey, if you wait, good things come to those who wait. We've been waiting for a guest. We had the worst guest known to man. Like that was a piss poor guest. And it made me so angry. Ooh, he sucked.
The Lord isn't coming with his best today, Joel.
No.
He isn't bringing his best.
That's what they do, folks. He isn't bringing his best.
That is what they do. Mastermind number. Thank you guys for all the follows, all the support tonight. We have 1 hour left. Let's hit 20,000 more likes to hit our goal of 100,000 likes. That is our goal for every live, is 100,000 likes. And guys, we have 300 people, 250 to 300 people all night. We should have no problem making it to the 100,000 mark. Also, over on YouTube, make sure that you hit that thumbs up and subscribe. Go over to Joel Reads Bible on YouTube and here on TikTok, and make sure to follow him here. If you have the coin and you'd like to subscribe to this channel, go ahead and subscribe. And if you were subscribed to Joyful Apostate, my old channel, quit paying that money and come over here. That channel sucks. He's an idiot over there.
Or we can say
exactly. Also, Crystal J, she was up here earlier. Make sure you're following Crystal J because she brings great content to us all. Brings awesome content. She does Decon Q&A with Crystal J. She has interviewed people like Ian, Joel Reads Bible, me, Justin, so many great people. And also go over to Crystal J on YouTube and subscribe over there. She also streams over there as well. So make sure we're taking care of Crystal and making sure that we are supporting her. She is a great member of this community and does so much good. Yeah.
I agree with that.
The only person I say not to follow is Mezzo, but that's just
right.
because he won't come on my goddamn show.
And we agree with you.
Right. Right.
'Cause I'm the cooler one on bad Bible debate.
True. Harold will be a good one if we can get him, Joel. You'll love this. Oh, you'll love it.
Are you getting another troll for me?
Not for
He's
you.
a fucking troll. Why is everyone
I'm not. I don't think.
troll?
I don't think this one's a troll. That it's not great.
I think I know this name.
Doctor, how are you?
Hey, Joe. What's
Yeah.
up, Joe?
Yeah. Hi.
Joe reads the Bible.
Yes.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
I know you. You're always lying every
What?
day.
I never lie. That's one of the things I don't do. I take pride
Come
in not
on,
lying.
Joe.
What am I lying about? What have I ever lied about?
You lie about your faith. You lie about your
What do you mean?
expertise.
Why do you think I lie about
Hey,
my
doctor.
faith?
Last
Yes.
time we talked, I have a real question for you, and I want to clarify.
Mhm.
What are you a doctor in?
I'm a theologian.
You have a
doctorate in theology?
Yeah, I'm a theologian.
They shouldn't do those things. Like
Okay.
theology isn't serious enough to have a doctorate. It's like a
That's
doctorate
weird.
in like fairyology. That's not real. There can't be a doctorate in something made up. There's no PhD in an invented.
Blame the American education system.
That's impossible. Let me look this up. PhD in theology.
So do
if
you-
that's true.
What is your theology for Deuteronomy 21, where he says to rape women?
Philosophy.
What
and
does
theological
Deuteronomy
studies.
21 say?
Deuteronomy 21 says, whenever you go out to war and you take captives, if you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you want to bring her to your home, then you are to pare her nails, cut her hair, take off her clothes she was wearing when she was captured, and let her mourn her parents for 30 days. And then once she has mourned her parents for 30 days, you may go into her, and she will be your wife, and you will be her husband. Unless you are unsatisfied with her, then you are to let her go wherever she may choose. Do not sell her as a slave.
Oh, you're talking about slavery.
No, I'm talking about somebody having sex with a captive. Do you think having sex with captives is rape?
Let's talk about my worldview. Let me tell you my worldview. So I believe in the New Testament's way of thinking, framed by Jesus Christ.
Okay.
And my worldview is from a Christology from below, not a Christology from above. So I have a
Yeah,
law-
I really don't care. Your God gave this law. Did your God give bad laws?
No, you have to have a proper interpretation of the scriptures to create your own worldview based on the scriptures.
Okay, so again, did God give these laws?
The whole Bible is the word of God from Genesis all the way to Revelation.
Okay, so God gave these laws. Was this law good?
The law in itself is good, but it cannot save you.
Okay,
Only
so
grace can
raping
save.
women is good.
Raping women is unjust. Slavery is unjust.
Then why did God say to do it?
So you have to understand one thing about God. The reason why he created
He's a real prick.
the reason why he created the law is to point us to grace. Because the law in itself cannot save us.
Okay, so the
No one
law
can
isn't
fulfill the law.
perfect then. You're saying the law isn't perfect.
Yeah,
The
there
law-
are some bad laws.
The law cannot save you. What saves you is grace. If the law was perfect, then there was no need for grace. There was no need for the coming of the Messiah.
Oh, well then there
But
wouldn't
then
have,
because-
then why didn't he just do it that way then? I guess he could have done it that way.
He already planned it before the foundation.
Can you be righteous just because of the law?
No.
All right, well, that is a contradiction with Luke 1. Have you read Luke 1? You're a theologian, you should have.
Yeah, Luke is in the Old Testament.
Nope, Luke is you are no doctor of theology if you think Luke is Old Testament.
You don't understand when the New Testament began. Christ represents the Old Testament. The law and the prophets all end up until Christ comes. When he
All right,
dies,
You mean the
that's when
old
the New Testament
covenant? You're
Pardon?
talking about covenant. Use the word covenant when you mean
begins.
covenant.
A covenant is a testament. Do you know what a covenant is?
Okay,
Yeah, but if that was the case, then there would be like 7 testaments in the Old Testament because
No,
there's so
no, no.
many testaments, covenants.
but anyway, doctor, back to what I'm
begins the
saying.
covenant is the blood. Okay.
So even if it is the Old Covenant, people could be righteous by the law in the Old Covenant?
No, they're only justified by
Okay,
faith.
so in Luke, when it says they were righteous because they followed the law, is that true or false?
You have to go to the book of Romans to understand.
No, we're talking about Luke.
To understand
I don't care about
justification.
what Doctor. I don't care what Romans says. We're talking about Luke. Luke specifically says they are righteous because they followed the law. Is that a true statement or a false statement?
No one can keep the law. Only Christ
Oh,
kept the
they
law.
did. It's in Luke. Are
It's
you calling
impossible.
Luke a liar? Is the gospel writer Luke a liar?
The only person who fulfilled the law is Christ.
Okay, so I'll read it because you clearly aren't a doctor in theology because you haven't even read the book of Luke. All right, so we're gonna read Luke chapter 1. It says right here. Let me get to it. In that time, Herod, king of Judea, there was a priest named Zechariah who belonged to the priestly division of Abijah. His wife Elizabeth was also a descendant of Aaron. Both of them were righteous in the sight of God for observing all of the Lord's commands and decrees without blemish. So it seems to me that there were two people that followed the law without blemish, and they were righteous because of it. That's what the words say.
It's probably because of Deuteronomy 30:11 that says, "Now what I'm commanding you today is not too difficult for you or beyond your reach." So the law was not, it was easy. It was something that they could accomplish.
Yeah, and so now you're going to have to explain to me either Luke's lying or you're wrong. So I'm going to invite you to unmute and explain to me how Luke is lying.
The only righteousness that Luke had was because of faith, not because of fulfilling the law.
That's not what it says. So is Luke lying when he said it?
Because that same who were the people who were following the law and righteous, you're saying? In Luke?
Zechariah and Elizabeth. They observed all of God's commands without blemish.
They don't need salvation through Christ if they have fulfilled the law of the Torah. But if you understand the reason why Christ came is because no one is righteous. The same
That's
law
not
that
what it says here. So is Luke lying?
No one
is Luke
righteous.
lying? Yes or no?
Their righteousness
is Luke lying? Yes or no?
Their righteousness can only be fulfilled. Through
so
faith.
we're gonna mute you again because you're gonna answer this question. It's a yes or no question. I'm gonna give you 2 more chances. Is Luke lying when he says they are righteous because they followed the law? Yes or no?
They are righteous because they are justified by faith.
Okay, we're going to try this one last time. Luke said they are righteous because they followed the law without blemish. Was he lying? Yes or no? This is your last chance. It's a yes or no question. If you're a doctor, you should understand what a yes or no question is.
The just shall live by faith.
Yep, look
That's
at
what the
this
word of God
motherfucker. I told you he was going to be fun.
He's just another. Why does Christianity just like have tons of people that can't answer questions? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, you'd think they'd have all the answers. In fact, it says that the Holy Spirit will enlighten them unto all truth.
Rob is not going to offer us anything.
Rob,
yes, I will.
What is your age?
51.
51, and you're a Christian, I guess?
Yes,
Do you
I'm
know
a
Joel?
God-fearing Christian Bible thumper.
Have you been drinking tonight, Rob?
No, I am completely sober.
All right.
Okay. So what kind of evidence do you have for a God that's going to bring me and my friend Joel here into a loving, saving relationship with the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
Well, I've got the Bible right beside me.
Okay.
And it's the NIV, and plus I've unalived twice and gone up to heaven, but there was a hand basket right there, and a dude in a white suit pointed me to the hand basket. But that's when my ex-girlfriend brought me back with the Narcan. And I'm sober now, but just saying.
Yeah, so
And
people
that made me
hallucinate
realize
when
that,
they're on the brink of death. DMT is given off into the brain, and people hallucinate. Yeah.
yeah, that made me realize that you actually are not with your Savior until after the rapture. So,
You're just with a basket until the rapture?
dude, I was joking about the basket.
Then
Have you
what was the
ever heard
point?
that? Have you not heard that term? You're going to hell in a handbasket?
Oh, they were going to send you to hell.
Yes, but yeah, that was a joke. But it went over your head. You're
It was a dumb joke, but
you're insecure.
You know what? The thing is,
and
Rob,
you
we're
lack
in debate
confidence,
mode, so you can't just like show
and
up
you
here
wanna
and be
make
like, "Let me do
fun
some
of
hilarious
people for
comedy
being
jokes about bread
Christians.
baskets," and think that we're gonna sit here and just like chuckle because we're here ready to cook and we're ready to spank. So if we don't get your very, very slow, poorly delivered joke, it's not on us, man. Like
My
if you're
joke
doing
was
jokes,
hilarious.
it's your responsibility to deliver it in such a way that we laugh. You're the comedian. We're the guys that are sitting here receiving the joke.
You're the
okay?
insecure
So
motherfuckers that are
nobody's
putting down
insecure.
Christians
Nobody's
for
insecure. Why would I be
being
insecure when
Christian.
I can do this? Rob,
Yeah, so you got to get up here, and I will go out there and share the gospel with
you are
anybody,
a
anytime
silly
I want.
guy.
do you share them with all
And
the
you are
thirst trap accounts that
you
you
are the
follow?
insecure motherfucker that's never been
Hey,
laid.
language. You don't
And
say
I
that
will-
as a Christian.
I will share the
You don't
gospel
say motherfucker as a
anywhere,
Christian,
everywhere.
motherfucker.
Rob, do you witness to all the thirst trap accounts that you follow? Do you
All the
witness to them
what?
girls? Is that why? Are you witnessing to them thirst trap account women? Is that why you follow them, to witness to them?
Do you follow them thirst traps?
What the heck are you talking about?
All the the sleazy accounts that you followed, do you do that so you can
No,
witness
I've
to them
got
poor
a
women?
lot of people that follow me and stalk me,
Yeah, right.
But-
I'm going to look at that. You don't have a lot of people following you.
but I don't.
It's impossible.
No, I have got
1430.
all
How
kinds
did you
of
get that
women
many? How did you scam that many? What?
that
Can you
want
stop
to be
following
with
me,
me.
Rob? I just noticed you follow me. Can you stop following me,
Gay
please?
dudes want to be with me.
Can you stop
Straight-
following me,
everybody-
please, Rob?
everybody
Can you
wants
do me
to be
a
with me,
favor and
but-
stop following me? Do you mind? Do you
But
mind,
y'all are
Robert?
so damn. Yeah,
Hey,
you
Robert,
really
can I ask you
believe
a personal question?
in
Robert,
God,
hey,
but
Robert, calm down.
it
Can I ask
doesn't
you a personal
agree
question?
with what your lifestyle.
Robert, can you stop being a bigot and calm down for a second? Can I ask you a personal question?
Yes, I'm an open book.
Can I? Okay, all right. The personal question is this: can you please stop following me, Rob? Can you? Can you find it in your heart to stop following me, please? Please, Rob. Please.
Oh God.
Do me a favor of just like stop following me, Rob. I don't like Rob.
I could tell. That's why I dropped him. All right, I've never seen Rob before. I
don't
think
know how
I've
he's
seen him
fun.
on yours drunk one time.
Yeah, but I mean that wasn't much different.
Yeah. Tati, what is your age and are you atheist?
Hi, good evening. I am 34. I am not an atheist. So, are you calling Christians up or atheists up?
You are an
Christians.
atheist?
Correct.
You're a
We're
Christ-
talking to Christians.
Okay. So if I'm reading it correctly, you're asking Christians to come up to prove you're
Yeah, it's like that. It goes Christians. So like, if you're a Christian, it'd be like, Christian. Does God not? God does not exist. It's like, no, God doesn't exist. So you're a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, so you came up and then you saw that God doesn't exist. So how are you dealing with it? How are you handling it that God doesn't exist as a Christian? That must be a blow.
No, I well, I have one question for, I guess, whomever wrote the statement. How can you prove that the statement that you're making is correct. You're saying God does not exist. What evidence do you have?
Do you think things that are illogical exist?
Things that are logical exist?
Yeah,
Yes.
things that are illogical, things that go against logic. Do you think they exist?
That's kind of a general, kind of broad statement.
No, like
do you think there could possibly be a completely unknown celebrity?
An unknown celebrity?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
someone who's
like if I'm from the Caribbean, right? Or and
I notice I said completely unknown celebrity.
completely unknown.
Yeah. So someone's just like
Yeah,
famous and completely anonymous.
if I'm Dominican and I have no knowledge of the United States, I may not know a celebrity that's from the United States. If
Thank
the
you for that
person on the
subscription.
culture-
Let me reword it so that your answer is correct. Could there possibly be a celebrity that you've never heard of?
Of course.
Okay, so let me ask the thing that I actually asked. Could there be a completely unknown celebrity? I'm not saying anonymous. I'm saying a celebrity that's completely unknown.
Yeah, for example, I'm 34, right? So I maybe there was a celebrity 200 years ago, right?
I wonder. Okay, let me try
So
something
based
easier.
on,
That's just not working. Could there be a square circle?
Say it again.
Could there be a square circle?
Well, what makes a circle? Circle does not have vertices. A square has vertices.
Yeah. So it's illogical for there to be a square circle because they're two different shapes. It can't both be square and circle at the same time, right?
Okay, so but there's logic and there's spirituality. So that's two different things. There's things that can be justified, like you just said, through logic, right? And there's things that are spiritual. So,
that was
I
what
wanted to
Joyful's
give one example.
Well, Tati, before we go, just hold on. Before we go there, that was what Joyful was saying. Like, can things that are illogical, so a square circle, can they exist? And you're saying, like, no, not in the real world, but in our spiritual made-up world, some illogical things can exist. Is that what you're saying?
No. So I believe there's a distinguish between spirituality, spiritual world, and logical. Because what I'm noticing is a lot of people try to, I guess, make sense of the Bible through logical. And we believe, right, as believers, that we need the Holy Spirit. This is what we believe in from our perspective. We need the Holy Spirit for revelation, right? And what people do, they'll take something from the Word of God and interpret it from a carnal or, carnal perspective.
Yeah, I know about that. It goes a little something like this. Shit.
You don't see things the way that I see them, 'cause you gotta look at them using your spiritual eyes. God said, go kill your brother, and that's something you despised. But you gotta look at stuff with Jesus' black-colored glasses, and you'll never see clearly again. Using spiritual eyes.
Can I share one scripture and then I'll be out your way?
Why are you gonna leave, Taddy? We're just having a conversation.
No, and that's why I joined. I'm listening.
Taddy, is it gonna be like things of the God are foolish to other people that don't believe or something?
I'm gonna to start off, right?
Is that what it was gonna be?
My family did not begin in Christianity, right? But I can say, right, we are spiritual beings. I have a branch of family who came from Catholicism. I have a branch who came from Voodooism. All right, so we believe we are spiritual beings. And one scripture,
Catholicism is interesting, but I was raised in Protestantism. So the thing is, Tati, like what we're trying to get at is like, if we could engage with you with like what the scripture says and show you that it doesn't make sense because it's illogical and things like that, that might help you see that like it's false. But if you believe that impossible things are possible, then that's very difficult. And I think you have to do that in order to stay in whatever version of the cult you're in.
So I'm gonna just give one scripture, and that's it. From any.
Go ahead and read it.
Okay, so I'm coming from Acts 19, verse 15.
Yep. Nice, good scripture. Let's see here.
I love hearing the word.
Only come up if you want to have a conversation. If you want to come up here and preach, this isn't preaching pulpit. This isn't a pulpit. This is the place to have a conversation.
And stop attacking us with scripture. We don't have spiritual eyes. We don't understand it.
Yeah, we wouldn't have understood it anyway. So I don't understand. I don't get what that was about.
Yo,
Alex,
Joel,
what's your age?
Yo,
what is your age?
30. I'm 35. Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Christian?
Ooh, I'm agnostic atheist. I go either way.
Oh,
well,
nice.
Then you're not a believer, eh?
I kind of have a problem with what you guys are saying.
Alex, no! You have a problem
Joel,
with what we are. Alex, no! Wait,
No.
you're an atheist or agnostic, and you've got a problem with us?
God's not real. You're saying God's not real.
You believe God's real?
What God are you talking about?
I don't know.
The Christian God. That's why it says Christians. God does not exist. We're talking to Christians.
He's gone off the apps to work on his origami. It sounded like he was doing origami. Just so much folding or something. I don't know what that was.
Maybe he was making you a nice bird.
Yeah, that would have been nice. A crane.
A nice crane.
Alex, when you're off the app making your crane, we can't hear you. So if you're just like yelling at us because you're so frustrated, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back. I'm done making my paper crane.
Yes, Alex is
I can hear you.
All right, Alex, what's your problem with us? And direct it at Joyful, because this is his channel.
Yeah, it's my claim.
Well, so many people have a claim.
Get closer
that
to your phone.
God
Get closer to
exists.
your phone. We can't hear you. You're too far away.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, so many people claim that God exists.
Little closer.
and
Closer. Get a little closer.
All right.
Stop doing chores and put the phone at your face and talk to us. There you go. That's nice.
Shit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's obviously an easy explanation for life. So you just go against the easy explanation of life.
Why is it so easy? What's easy about it?
It's like the explanation for life.
How so? What do you mean?
When I
actually,
ask
Alex,
you-
I think I know what you mean. Now let me run this one by you, okay? So when I turn the key in my car, I don't know that much about combustion engines. Do you know much about them, Joyful?
Oh,
I know how to work on a car.
But what ends up happening, I guess, is the engine turns over. I don't know exactly what that
The
means.
starter.
The starter, there's a spark or
Cosmic.
something,
Yep.
and there's some
Combustion.
fuel,
Yeah.
and the fuel kind of blows up. There's a little explosion, and then it'll turn the thing, and those RPMs or something will help you drive, and then if you apply the gas, then it turns and stuff. It's really complicated. Now, a simpler explanation for that would be God did it. Is that what you're saying, Alex? Why don't we just go with the stupid, simple explanation that doesn't do anything for us? Okay.
Exactly, Joel.
So next time I go, there's something wrong with my car, I'll just be like, God not doing
did
it. Why isn't my
God
car
did
starting? God's not doing it.
God
That's
did
not
it.
very helpful.
Yeah. So
Okay, well,
basically, you're
thanks,
going
Alex.
against that,
Oh.
right?
Yeah, because it's stupid. It's stupid
you're
to
going-
have a non-explanation as the simpler explanation.
Right.
That's stupid.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
All right,
exactly.
well, you agree with us. Alex, I love that you agree with us. We're on the same page. We're the same guys. We're going to be friends. Don't work on a car
Yeah.
or TikTok when you're fucking inebriated. All right?
Love you, Joel.
All right.
I think
we just had a bunch of morons.
he was atheist and he was still I think he was a little up in the clouds.
Yeah,
I would say.
I don't appreciate that. I like the simplest of all explanations, make believe.
It was God.
Having a great
I
time.
do get the wild ones. I do tend to get the more wild of the. Yes.
Well, that's like this one song that I like because of this. Wild thing. Bum, bum, I should actually have an instrument here. Wild thing. You make my heart sing.
Mm-hmm.
You make everything groovy.
Mm-hmm. Hakuna Matata.
Wild thing. I should probably. Wild thing. You make everything groovy.
Grana, thank you so much for the $5 over Cash App. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate it.
Thanks, Grana.
Grana is awesome. Love Grana. Guys, we have 350 people in here. We are over 100K likes. Thank you so much. We have about 20 more minutes. So Christians, if you want to come up, you can. But
if you dare.
I'm opening it up. What?
If you dare.
But I am also opening it up to atheists. If you want to ask my buddy Joel or me a question about something we said tonight or just a question you have, go ahead, come up and talk to us really quick in our last 20 minutes here. And yeah, we appreciate each and every one of you. Don't forget that Thursday we have Justin, the Deconstruction Zone, here on JA Debates.
The very same.
So it is going to be a great night as well. So make sure that you make it here Thursday night, 5:30 to 9:30 Central Time. Yeah. My name is Joyful. Or Tony. You can call me Tony. Some people prefer to call me by my actual name. And people have found me, so it doesn't fucking matter.
They found me.
The people that I don't want to found me already found me, so it doesn't matter.
God damn it. The internet's a scary place. People can find you when you don't even want them to find you.
It's true. But yeah, Tony, Anthony, something like that. My name is Tony, yes. That is my actual name.
It sounds so Italian to me.
It's me, Tony.
Hey.
No, I don't
Also,
have any...
It also surprises me that it's not a Bible name.
Yeah, neither of mine are, but everybody else in my family all the boys besides me are. I have 5 brothers, and they all have Bible names.
Mm-hmm. We all have all of our names are Bible names.
And then me. I'm wondering why. Why maybe my parents knew. They were like, this motherfucker.
Let's not waste a Bible name on this guy.
This motherfucker. He's gonna be Tony, Daniel, and James. And they even have like middle names to go along with their names that are biblical. They have Daniel, Timothy, James, Matthew,
Don't you see
Michael,
what happened?
Joseph.
Don't you understand what happened?
What's that?
You were Satan's spawn from the day you were born, and that is why they couldn't name you a biblical name, because you had to fulfill what Satan's call for you was to be here.
Do you want to hear something crazy about part of my deconversion journey? I have really bad anxiety. My wife was looking at the pharmacy I brought home the other day. I have really bad anxiety and depression and different things, so I take different medicines. But
me too.
When I wasn't on it, when I started deconverting, I was on nothing. Like Jesus was powering me through, and then I lost Christianity, and I literally was like had anxiety that maybe like I was the Antichrist or something. Like maybe like my mind goes weird places when I'm anxious.
My mind goes weird places too. So does Doug's. That's what anxiety does.
Yes, win meds, win therapy.
I think
Definitely.
you just have to like look it up in the Bible and go like, what are the attributes of the Antichrist? You know, I don't know what they are, but do they see if they match you? Can you do magic tricks? Because I think he does magic tricks.
I used to think I could see visions. I don't know if that counts.
I thought, you know, at one point I was like, the Antichrist, maybe this was when I was a Christian, so I was already kind of doing my own exegesis or whatever they call it, or hermeneutics. But I wasn't even reading it. I was just making it up like every other Christian. And I was like, maybe it's like anything that is against Christ is the Antichrist. Like it's all like it's an umbrella. It's not one guy. It's just like everything that is just not Christ-centered.
So all of us put together,
we are all
make
the
up.
Antichrist. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so beautiful, Joel.
It's a community thing, you know?
It really is. We're
the pastor,
all one in the Antichrist.
And so is Beyonce.
At one of the churches I planted and I was an associate pastor at, shortly before I left there, he told me one of his, he was like, this is just a theory. I'm not saying that I believe this is true. But I wonder if the Antichrist isn't going to be an alien. They're going to come down, and the alien is going to...
theory. Is it just a theory? Okay, so I don't have to believe this? Okay, thanks.
And he was like talking about how it would say that Jesus was not really God, that the aliens were God, and that would be the Antichrist aliens. And yeah, it was weird. I was like, okay.
I'm not saying that Beyonce is diabolical, Ty, here. I'm saying that Beyonce is not like Christ-centric. So
She was saying it was diabolical that you said Beyonce.
Oh,
she's calling you diabolical.
I'm diabolical. Well, I am one of the Antichrist. I'm part of Antichrist. We're all part of the Antichrist.
PK Heathen, thank you for sending that over on the Discord. I will definitely I like that. I like that.
That's really cool, huh? That's really cool.
If maybe
they want to know what religion you were, Joyful. They're asking you in chat.
What religion?
Denomination. You know, what denomination were you a pastor?
I worship Baal.
Was it a basketball or was it a football?
No.
Testicles.
Testicles. Ball.
You worship testes. Everyone knows it.
But no, I was Reformed Baptist. Not Southern. Do not mistake me for Southern Baptist, okay? I ain't no Southern Baptist, let me tell you. I was Reformed Baptist, though. non-denominational / Reformed Baptist.
I feel like there's
Algo.
a joke there, but I can't figure it out. Reformed Baptist. I want to say something, but I can't. I don't know. I can't.
We were
Can't
Baptists
all.
that went to conversion camps.
How's everybody doing tonight?
What's up, Algo?
Hey, I'll go.
All right.
Hi, Algo.
Hey, Joel. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Joyful. This will be kind of fun, but full disclosure, who all up here has some kind of biblical name?
I do. It's Joel.
I'm going to kind of dox myself, but my
I
middle...
do. Crystals are mentioned in the Bible too.
Oh, Crystal, you.
They're evil. They're of Satan.
Well, no,
but, yeah.
not if they're on the priest's thing. The
That's
priest
true.
has a bunch
That's
of
true.
crystals. God likes.
You just can't do
gemstones.
witchcraft with them.
That's true.
My parents, they've decided to give me the middle name of Andrew. And my brother's got Paul and Matthew. So I get stuck with one of the lame disciples.
I'm gonna Google somebody. Andrew, Paul, and Matthew. Andrew, Paul, and Matthew. Andrew, Paul, and Matthew.
Actually, who said that in the chat there? Joyful is in the Bible. I don't know who said that, but that is why I put Joyful Apostate as my name. Because one of my really good friends from a church I helped plant called me an apostate when I was confiding in them that I didn't believe anymore because I was kind of freaking out about it. And they were like, well, then you're just an apostate. And that really dug at me and kind of pushed me even further into not believing because I was like, all right, fuck you. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to lean into the apostasy thing. And so my name came from that. And using a word that they talk about, you find joy in Jesus and shit like that. So I was like, okay, I'm joyful in my apostasy. That's how my name was born.
Woo-hoo. I love that.
You might get a little kick out of this. When I was a kid, this had to be my tween years, maybe early tween years, closer to my single digits than double. As a kid, as we were wont to do, I stayed up late watching the scary movies. Well, one night I ended up watching The Omen. I kid you not, right after watching the movie, I immediately bolted and ran upstairs, grabbed a hand mirror, and then stood so I could angle it so I could see the back of my head in the other mirror in the bathroom. And I kept looking to see if I'd find 3 6s on the back of my head. So for a brief second, I thought I was the beast.
Interesting.
Scary movies are so.
I never thought I was evil. I always thought I was angelic. So I'm sorry, I didn't think that.
You know, I just have to point out, they said they like a good origin story. Joel got his name because his name's Joel, and he reads the Bible, and he put those together.
Yep.
That's the origin of Joel reads Bible. So there's another origin story.
Yep. You're welcome.
Baby. J is my middle initial. That's where you get Crystal J from.
Oh my goodness,
There you
the
go.
JAE is just a spelling out of a letter?
Yeah, exactly. It's just my middle initial.
Lame.
Oh, really? But it's also a play on something else that is secret that I'll never tell.
All right, well, that's not lame now.
Jezebel?
It's a secret and a mystery.
No, I actually would never tell people what my middle name was, and so then I was a waitress, and these customers who were regulars of mine just started calling me Crystal J since I wouldn't tell them my middle name, and so it stuck after that. It just stuck.
Did you just tell us the secret story?
Nope, I didn't tell you why it's spelled the way it's spelled. That's a secret.
Oh, okay. Still not lame.
Lame. Anyway.
The more I get of you, the stranger.
I request a song of the name Joel. There you
Now
go.
that you're mine.
Doctor, I will let you back up if you will give us a prophecy.
The light hits the gloom.
Ooh, that's pretty.
You actually were able to get
Figure he could play music.
up.
Yes.
And I'll,
yes, we did.
provide that. Pay no attention to the trash and the stuff that blew into the pool.
No, you're fine. That is beautiful.
The guitaring.
Both the guitar and my view. I mean, they go together, man.
That's true. There is a
Good evening, Kindred. We are getting ready to end here. We have 10 minutes left here on the live. If anybody else would like to come up and hang out here for the next 10 minutes, you're more than welcome. If you have a question for Joel, come up, ask a question. If you have a question for me, I may or may not answer.
If you have a question for me, make sure you cash at me first, and then I'll...
Yeah, you got to cash app her for a question. Hang out here for the next 10 minutes.
Hey gang, how you doing?
Hey gang.
Hey.
Hey, well, you got some background. The YouTube maybe.
But did you know?
If you have a question for me, make sure you cash at me first.
My eyes become a large.
Matthew, how are you?
I am awesome.
Did you have a question?
I just wanted to know what
chords?
Joel's favorite flavor of ice cream is and why is it Tiger Tail?
Well, because I'm Canadian, I think. I think it's just part of being Canadian, and I'm not even a big orange guy, but it's just something about the creamy orangeness, whatever it is. And I grew up, I'm a Dutch boy, so I've got the licorice built in, and there you have it. I enjoy Tiger Tail, and people attack. Baby, well, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the Tiger Tail.
On a serious note, I really enjoyed Joel over the years, and just appreciate him. And we've had conversations before.
How much you pay this guy, Joel?
He's lying. I've only done this for 5 months.
Why are you paying people to come up here, Joel? Like,
he's not paying me.
What are we
doing? Before.
He cash apped you.
Me, but he's very memorable.
How much did he pay, Matthew? Come on. He used to pay $20 per person to come up. Did he get you at least 20?
I'm
Did
still
he
waiting
give you
on
at least
the check.
20?
Now that I'm popular, now that I'm more popular, it's down to 5. But Matthew, are you a Christian, or did I deconvert you?
No, you haven't deconverted me yet. Yeah, I'm still a Christian. I'm a pastor, and so we've had some pretty good conversations. I like to try and get an understanding from people of different thoughts and stuff like that, and to sharpen my own and to make sure that my beliefs are real. And so that's.
Did you find that when we talked, I kind of won the conversation? Do you think?
I don't know if I would consider it winning the conversations. I think that you are a very, very good debater. That you have clear thought and that you're logical. So I mean, yeah. So I would say those things. I don't know if we really got really heated ever.
Do you think Joel's a better debater than me, Matthew?
Say it again.
Do you think Joel's a better debater than me?
This is my first time that I've met you, brother. I'm sorry, so I can't compare yet.
Oh, okay. I was gonna kick you and call you a troll if you said him. So.
No. I definitely am not trying to troll or anything.
No,
like that.
I was playing.
Yeah, you said that it's short time though, and so really, truthfully, is there something that you would like to end on, and I would love to give my thoughts on?
Joel.
Jeez.
Is there something you'd like to ask a Christian pastor? I'll say that.
Yeah, why
are you still a pastor?
Why bother with it when it's so obviously fake? When you went to seminary, I don't know if you went to a proper Bible, not a proper scholarly university or something. Did you not learn that there's no evidence for so much of this stuff, and that the Bible's really, really unreliable and all the things that like a lot of these theology students, a lot of things that ruin their faith. Didn't you learn that stuff when you were becoming a pastor?
Yeah, there's a lot of deconstruction that happens within seminary and things like that for sure. And there's a lot of people who, I guess backslide or fall away or deconstruct or whatever you would want to label that, because of the hardness that does come. There's a lot of inside of, especially I come from a Methodist background, and so inside of a lot of Methodist seminaries, there's a lot of heated things of whether the scripture's inerrant or anything like that, and so there's a lot of that.
Matthew, I'm just putting this out there. You don't know me, but if you ever get a chance, I am his pastor. He is a Methodist / Baptist. He converged to Methodist and Baptist church, and he has a whole congregation. He's here on TikTok.
Baptist is what I think he calls it, Metho Baptist.
But he had planted a church, and maybe you and him would see eye to eye on some things. I'm not sure.
What was his name again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
It's just I am his pastor here on TikTok.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought you were. Okay, I thought you were making a statement, and I always
thought it was like I am his pastor, but I think it's just like I am God's pastor. I pastor for Jesus, I think is what it.
That's what it means.
That's what it's supposed to mean.
It means
I thought he was Trump's pastor.
Oh, he was like, I am his pastor, and he means Trump.
I thought he meant like Trump, like his pastor.
Yeah, he's not the best of the Christians, but like, you might unfortunately relate to him if you're very Christian. Yeah,
you might enjoy him. He's very passionate about trying to convert us atheists.
Well, yeah, I'm passionate about trying to understand, especially those who have deconstructed or deconverted or whatever way you want to call it. I'm super intrigued by those stories and that.
I have a good faith question for you, Matthew. My name's Woke. Hi.
Hi.
I got a good faith question for you. I use Leviticus 11:5 a lot, which is the rock badger verse. It's super short. It's got like so many issues wrapped up into one small verse, and people can't get away with it. And I'm nice to people. I just want people to get better and have more empathy, and that's the only reason I do this. Sure. But I have people crashing the hell out over this verse, left and right. Are you familiar with the verse?
Not like I don't. I've read through the Bible, but it doesn't mean I know. Like,
okay, well, it's one verse. If you want to go through it and do this with us, and we got time.
Sure.
Okay, you want to pull it out and read it?
I'd have to get off the app to do so. Can you read it?
I happen
to have somebody read it?
I can get to it real quick.
I've got it right here.
You guys, he's pulling that up. Let's get to 250 million likes if you can do that. Thank you.
It's 11:5.
Yep. Let's get an actual decent version of the Bible first off. All right. The rock badger, for even though it chews the cud, it does not have divided hooves. It is unclean for you.
So let me explain just a little bit about this verse. This is a quote from Yahweh. He's in double quotes here. Cud chewers. There's a scientific name for that. They're called ruminants. Mm-hmm. And cud isn't cud until it comes up from the stomach. And the issue with this isn't like the rabbits thing where, they're mistaken. It's like rock badgers literally cannot regurgitate. They don't have the muscles. They don't have the neural pathways. The physiology just isn't there. They have a completely different digestive system. I mean, they're not cud chewers. And I've heard there's a couple of go-to excuses and neither one of them flies. And I'm just wondering if you have a reaction to this verse.
Yeah, well, the Bible's not a scientific book.
Okay, can I stop you?
Sure.
It's a scientific error made by Yahweh. He's quoted saying these animals do something they don't. I understand that the book is not a scientific book, but it is still a scientifically falsifiable.
Inaccurate.
Yeah, it's scientifically falsifiable, and it has been falsified.
And the reason why you're allowed or not allowed to eat them, I think it's you're not allowed to eat them, is because they do this thing.
Right, they're labeled as a ruminant, and they're not. They're not cud chewers. And those people knew what cud chewing was. An animal that chews the cud, chewing the cud did not mean just chews a lot. I mean, these people had these livestock they weren't allowed to eat. They were still allowed to domesticate them and stuff. And when you're around domesticated cattle and the food trough has been empty for 3 hours and that thing is over there eating, it's obvious where the food came from, especially when you live with these animals all the time. And my I'll get to the point. My issue is that really what it comes down to is that these people had a misunderstanding, and this God who will burn people for eternity for stealing a 6-pack of beer and lying about it didn't care enough about their misconception to easily correct them while he was in the very rare instance of actually talking to them about it. And when people realize that I'm not going to let this go and I'm nice and calm, and they can either, they end up cracking. I know you're not going to do that. I'm just wondering I'm usually doing this in chat mostly with people who can barely have a coherent conversation in the first place, and so I'm just curious.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a great question. It's not one that I've, studied by any means. So to offer anything other than I don't know right now would be disingenuous, I believe.
This is what I don't understand. It's one verse. All the facts are right here, literally in one sentence. And every time something and you guys are so used to having to go all over the place to somehow take all these contradictions and fit them into a somehow coherent theology. That doesn't work when you have all these problems in one sentence. There's no place that you're going to go that's going to wipe this out. I'm just letting you know up front.
Yeah, and
if you want to make a date to come back in a week, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, I'd
believe you. I will believe you, but whether you come back to continue the conversation is going to tell us all we need to know.
Sure. No, I'd be happy to come back on and.
Right.
Yeah.
Right on. Woke. Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you too. Yeah, we didn't really have enough time to actually have a full-on debate right now. Anyway, but I do appreciate you guys. Woke, did you have anything else for me or Joel?
I want to plug my fledgling channel real quick. There is one technically flawed live out there. I did a mic test, an echo fix test yesterday, and it turned into a live stream. And there's a Muslim Philbro on there. He calls himself a double presuppositionalist, whatever the hell that is, right? And the thing about this call is that this dude kept his cool through the whole thing, and I hammered away at the critical thought and empathy issue the whole time. He was amicable. He didn't preach. I don't even think he said or Quran once. I'm serious. At the end, he'd go do homework and come back. I him for his behavior, and I couldn't throw it away. So I just threw a cover on it and stuff there. But super quick, right now, there's another channel, and we're on in the mornings. We're not really competing with anyone on YouTube. There's a channel called Filosober, Filosober, and this dude is the guy who runs this channel. He's a third year philosophy student, and it's you'll have to go. It's an open panel forum. I won't get into it, but it's a different vibe. It's just different than what we're used to seeing on this channel, and it's a nice thing to have on in the morning. So and I'm on there pretty much every morning. And as soon as I get my account verified on that site, I'll be able to have like more freedom to just go in and make my own rooms and do that. But so anyway, I'm done. Thank you so much for just letting me plug that. I'm not in a hurry to get this channel going. I'm just kind of like, you said atheists come on up, and I thought, hey, thank you.
I'd also like to point out that the rock badger is known as the animal known as the hyrax. Those are those little adorable rodents that like to scream out, "Ah, wait, wait."
Hot Tub and Lobes to talk to here, as we are. Let me see. Cheesy, are you a friendly Cheesy? If you're a friendly Cheesy, put one in the chat. If you're a theist, I'm probably not going to bring you up. Because I don't want it to turn into any kind of thing like that.
I'll go ahead and drop down anyway. Hey, thanks for having me up. Everybody be well.
Yep. See you, my friend. But Matthew, did you have any last things to say here?
Yeah, no, I just appreciate you guys, and I wish the best for you. And if there is any time that you want to talk to somebody who is genuine in it, I'm not one that yells or screams or tries to be silly. So anytime you want to talk, was what he was asking like to come back or whatever? Is there a time or something like that y'all normally do this or?
Well, this is just the closing. I don't know like what he meant by coming back.
Okay.
Because Woke isn't on here next time. But I'm live every Monday and Thursday, 5:30 to 9:30. Okay. And I have a different guest tonight. Joel was my guest or co-host, and then next time's Justin, the Deconstruction Zone, and I just cycle through different co-hosts. And so yeah, you are more than welcome to come up and have a good. We love a good faith discussion with theists. Unfortunately, it's hard and few and far between.
Sure.
And if you were here for long tonight, you would have seen that.
Oh yeah, well, I've seen Joel's many times, and I know how people usually interact, and I don't like tomfoolery. So, anyways,
right on. Thank you, Matthew.
Night.
You have a great night.
Yep.
Bye, Matt.
God bless
I think
you.
Tom is a pretty nice guy. I don't know what's wrong with Tom.
Who?
Tom.
Tomfoolery. What's wrong with him? He's pretty nice. I like the
you're
guy.
thinking of a different
DJ
Tom.
Hot Tub. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you? Thanks for having me up.
Oh, for sure. Do you have a question for me or Joel?
Well,
or Crystal?
First, I just want to say that Joel is an incredible alto.
No, he's not.
Thank you.
Joel's a
That's
bitch.
more of a soprano. Thank Sorry.
Next. I have a question for Joyful.
Show off.
Oh, no.
Are you Canadian?
No.
Oh, sorry.
With
then
that
my
accent?
Sorry, then my next question is for Joel.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank God.
Hey, Joel. Do you remember when Canada switched to the loonie coin from the paper currency?
Is this a trick to get me to say how old I am?
No.
What?
No, it's just I figured you might remember because you are of that age range.
I'm not of that age.
Well, it was before then, right?
Like it was. I don't remember dollar
This is not a trick question.
bills. That was way before my time.
Okay.
Joel's
So,
only 43.
That was like in the 80s, right? Or
I don't know. I wasn't alive or something.
I
So
think
why
it
are
was
you
in the
attacking me right now?
I'm not attacking you. I'm trying
I'm very young.
Joel's
I'm a youthful person.
Who's causing all this background noise?
This is
That is Tony, the host. He
That's the
gets a
gospel
train
train.
pulled on him every night.
Yeah, I actually live right next to a train too. It's like literally right next to my house, so I get it. All right, cool. It's over
All
now.
right, so I'm really young, but I do know that there used to be paper dollar bills and now there's loonies.
Okay. But you recall this happening.
I don't
I'm-
actively recall it happening. I think I would
You
more.
know
You've
that it
heard of the
happened.
historical
You know that it
thing,
happened,
though,
Joel.
right?
Yeah. I recall
you know
that
the
it is
history
something
of
that
it.
took place. Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Okay. Sorry.
Perhaps I phrased that question incorrectly to
Mhm.
set up this question.
I don't actually remember it, but I know that it happened.
This
Yeah.
subsequent question.
Same
So
with $2
I've been
bills and toonies.
I've been dying to ask a Canadian this question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious what effect that had on the local economy, more specifically for strip clubs.
I don't.
And do you think more people went to church after that, maybe?
Oh shit.
What would? This is a great question for a historian, not a fucking not
Thanks,
me.
I came up with it myself.
Yeah, that's a great question. You should ask, like the National. I think
A
is one of our
former
papers,
stripper, maybe.
or some yeah, an old former stripper would be good.
Somebody my age, maybe, used to be a stripper in Canada. I might know somebody. Hang on.
What do you think they made it hail instead of
Mezzo
maybe
says he can
rain?
feel this. I'm gonna send him an invite to see if he can.
Did they make it hail?
Let's see if he'll come up and field this question.
Is this like a stand-up routine you're doing right now,
No,
DJ?
I'm just.
Did they make it hail?
I literally have 3 jokes throughout my entire life, and I've never got to tell them to anyone. So this is,
What? Because they're all Canadian.
No, this is my maybe this is my one
She has
joke
all
stand-up
these
routine.
anti-Canadian jokes.
No one gets these fucking Canadian jokes.
DJ, do you make music?
I do. I used to, but
You gotta-
not much
Oh,
anymore.
you have a SoundCloud thing, so I was gonna let you plug it real quick while we have 249
no,
people in
there's
here.
no reason to plug it. I'm not
Okay.
doing it anymore. I used to
Oh, okay.
I used to when I was younger, but yeah, not so much anymore.
Did you ever go?
So obviously with coins, it makes it a little bit harder to fold it long ways and then pick up a bill with your butt cheeks, which is like a classic move.
Hot dog style.
Yeah, you fold it hot dog style and make a little, tent there. Not that tent. There's 2 tents. There's like 2 different tents that you pitch.
Were they a teepee and a wigwam?
Yeah, one's teepee, one's wigwam.
2 tents.
And but with the coin action, you can actually throw them a lot farther. So for the people sitting in the back, you get to participate a little bit more and really to chuck them. Plus, once you're in the champagne room, heads or tails has a whole different meaning.
What's the bullseye then?
What are you guys doing? Writing jokes about?
Don't
and by
know
the
what
way,
that-
and by the way, I've got a third one. Heads or tails mean something completely different. Like
I just happen to be a financial Canadian historian. I don't know, this seemed like the right time for me to come up. I've been saving this information. I'll drop down. Sorry.
No. That's really
what?
Fuck.
Joel kicked him. He has the power, and he did
He
it.
shouldn't be up here anyway. He keeps on trying to interfere on my my nights when I'm doing
All right,
stuff.
Lobes, do you have anything?
Tim or Benny?
Yeah, so you know how I like to sometimes, whenever I can, ask a silly question at the end? There's so many lies in the Bible, I figured, what's one more? If you could add one lie to the Bible, what would it be?
If I could add it to the Bible?
I would say that Lucifer, or Satan, we could do it as Satan, used to be lovers with Yahweh. And this whole spat that they're having is just like
It's
an
supposed to be a
ex-lover
lie.
spat.
It's supposed to be a lie.
Yeah, I think that that's a pretty strong theory too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
That's
a lie just because that neither of them exist, but.
I think. Seems like pretty, not a lie. But anyway, Lobes, I don't know what I would put in the Bible as a lie. Maybe I really don't know. Like the zombies that came out of, in Matthew, where the zombies come out, maybe they bit some people and turned more people into zombies. I don't know.
Yeah, I figured what would be a funny thing, since they're already saying
That they
such
started
ridiculous shit, what would be
dancing
a really
Thriller
fun one?
while they
What
were
would be a really
walking down
fun
the
thing
street.
for them to
I
do?
always picture that. I always picture the zombies doing the Thriller dance with Jesus.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
And
Somebody
Michael
make
Jackson
an
will be the
AI
Antichrist.
video of that for me, please. Can somebody do that?
Crystal, do you have an answer for your favorite lie? Or a lie you would put into the Bible if you could?
There's so many lies that are already in the Bible. I don't think I could top any of them. They're just ridiculous.
Or what's a lie that you
and
think might make the world a better place? Like, what do you think if they believe something that just wasn't true, but it was to our benefit somehow?
that women were made in God's image, and you should listen to all women, and men should shut up.
W Crystal,
W
Crystal,
in the
let's
chat. That's the
fucking
best
go.
answer.
Let's fucking. Actually, Crystal would be the best person to come up with this, anyways, because she already does this on her, divine or decline, like live, like questionnaires. She like makes shit up and like fucks with people. Yeah.
Yep. All right, Amy Cook, what do you got for us tonight?
Well, my question is far too serious for how unserious we've become here at the end of the night. So I probably should just.
Don't worry, we'll make a joke
let us
out
have
of it.
fun.
Don't worry, we'll make a joke out of it.
No, for real. Tell us, ask your question.
Well, okay, so my question is to people who've deconstructed or who actively deconstruct, because I'm a multi-generational lifelong atheist, and I've been trying to really understand this process for people. I have a sister who is a devout Catholic. Don't ask. I don't know. I don't know how that works. And as I think about this, and as I kind of inhabit these spaces and watch you talk to people, it occurs to me that at least one of the functions that you are giving up, or that you lose, or that religion was functioning as for you, might be the reduction of anxiety. And I really like being a part of geological time. I like that there isn't somebody out there. But I know that if my sister were to lose her faith in some way, that would be very impactful for her to then be maybe anxious about God not being at the wheel, or this isn't according to God's plan. And I guess I just wanted to ask you, either of you, any of you, if as you have deconstructed, as you've come to think what you think now, did you also have to seek something to, like, did the lack of anxiety just come to you because this is what I would expect if I were doing it? But that wouldn't be everybody's story. Did you have to kind of think, wow, nobody is in charge, and I've got to find another way through anxiety?
Answer and then
I
jump
would love
down,
to hear.
Joyful?
Yeah, go ahead and answer.
And I hope that's not too serious. I'm really sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's not funny.
Now I'm depressed.
Hey, listen.
Gotta go hit my meds.
What I've learned is I had anxiety and depression as a Christian. And instead of doing something about that anxiety and that depression that would actually help me, I did things like talk to other Christians who gave me horrific advice, or I would pray to an imaginary being that did not help me with my anxiety and my depression. And since I have deconstructed, I now do not fear talking to a therapist instead of stupid Christians who told me stupid shit to do. I also take medication because it's hereditary in my family, and I also had a lot of trauma. So, like, obviously I'm going to be injured in some way, right? Like when you have trauma, you are injured. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's so much healthier the way I deal with my anxiety now. I also say it when I will tell people I love, hey, I feel like I have a little more anxiety right now, and I'm not sure why, or I'm feeling very depressed and I'm not sure why. And that way they know to kind of, help keep an eye on me, make sure, I'm okay. You know what? My Christian friends would have prayed and never fucking checked on me. Never would have even thought about me. But
there is that.
my real friends actually go, "Hey, Crystal, how are you doing? Are you doing okay still? Have you been getting some rest? You taking your meds, drinking your water? You know?"
Yeah, there's
They
that.
really
And I
check
think
on
that
me.
if there's, you know, religious trauma, if there's anxiety from the religion, that can I can see the relief there. And I was more picturing if
Oh, the
part of
trauma's
how
not
you
from
handle the
religion.
world. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking like if part of how you handle the world is to go like, hey, someone's got it, it's okay, it's going to be fine, and that is a source for you of comfort. God,
Don't
I
actually
just
take
wouldn't know what
care
to
of it
tell
is
my
the
sister.
problem.
Yeah,
Do you
you're
understand
right.
what I'm saying? So I went
Yeah.
and I would pray and be like, all of this is, you know, and here's the difference now. I used to go pray and then I did all the shit because it still has to get done, right? Whatever's causing me the anxiety has to be taken care of. And it's going to be me who takes care of it, right? And then I would wonder either why God didn't help me and I had to do it all anyway and figure it out all by myself, or I would give him the glory. And then it was a cycle. It was just over and over again of being let down by this God, having to do all the work, and then give him the glory. That made me feel like shit then, and that put me into depression. Because then I was like, I don't do anything good even when I do stuff that's good.
Okay. So maybe I hear a story of it being anxiety relieving, but maybe the real story, maybe the actual experience isn't as clean as all of that.
Yeah.
And
I will tell you, as a Christian, you lie a lot. You lie to yourself, you lie to your loved ones. You're taught to lie because you're not supposed to have mental health issues. You're not supposed to get depressed. You're not supposed to have all this. But Tony, I'm going to let you take over. I love you guys. Thank you for having me up. I'll talk to you later.
I love you,
Thank
Crystal.
you, Crystal.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, Amy,
Thank you, Crystal.
like, very similar to Crystal, my answer would be the same. Like, not to get, like, too downtrodden and depressing, but, like, I was assaulted as a child.
You let me answer this question. I'm so sorry. I mean, ask this question. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm just saying,
regretting
like,
it.
my answer is going to be more depressing than your question. Like, I was sexually assaulted as a child, and
I'm so sorry.
like, I felt like Jesus, like, I never told anybody or anything because God had it. Like, he was my confidant. He, like, when I felt any way about it, I prayed, or in, like, if things were going poorly, like, mentally because of it, it was because I wasn't close to God, and then I would just, like, indulge in Bible reading, praying, and things like that. And so when I realized God wasn't real, all of that trauma that I had built up these walls around, all of a sudden there was nothing protecting me from that trauma anymore. Like, I was using that as my coping skill, but now I have no coping skill. There's none. Zero, because that was my only one. And that, so, like, it was very devastating for me, losing my faith. It was a very dark time for me.
I worry. I mean, I guess I don't actively worry, but I think about that as I sometimes am in conversation with people and internally motivated. Gosh, I wish you were atheist in some way, whether I'm saying that or just thinking it. And then partly I think, wow, who am I to, I don't know, remove something that maybe you're leaning on, and I struggle with it. And so listening to people's deconstruction kind of helps me order some of what I'm, I don't know, doing in my head. I don't know. Just I thank you for telling me that.
I think for me, I would rather deconvert somebody than that, like, especially on the younger side, than wait until they're married, have 4 kids, and then they have all of this, like, depression and anxiety just barrel upon them while they're trying to raise kids and manage a life. Like, I think it's good to have these conversations so less people go through that. Like, at a stage in life where it's, at least, it sucks to go through at any point, but before like people make these life choices, and then it's affecting other people too. It's not just affecting you anymore.
Right. Yeah,
I
she
think
raised kids.
I think that's just it. Like, does it work? Does it really work? Does it do anything? And if it's not doing those things, then you're a hurt person with a band-aid that you think is working for you, but you're going to hurt other people. And then if that band-aid, which is the belief, gets ripped off, then all hell breaks loose. So it's better to like try to like push someone towards something that's going to work. And I think that we learned that through Crystal, right? Because like whatever she was, the Band-Aid wasn't working for her. She just thought it was, right? I didn't have any of that. Like I maybe the only thing I had was like cognitive dissonance, that since I left, I can just be more confident in my beliefs. That's the only difference. But I didn't really experience. I think I just took a really long time to deconstruct without even thinking about it and knowing about it. So it didn't jar me in the same way.
Did you guys see how Joel made himself big like he's the host here?
I didn't touch the screen. Anybody can see that I didn't touch the screen.
Blowhard. You're such a blowhard, Joel.
By
I
the
was
way,
gonna say,
Susanna sent
Mike
me
didn't make a joke, but
Susanna sent me a PayPal 2652. Thank you, Susanna. I really appreciate that. Sorry, go on.
More Americans.
It must have been because nobody would send 2652 Canadian.
Cute, Joel. Cute. Make Lobes so it looks like Lobes is the problem. All right, Cheesy. Do you got something for us here?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Pretty good.
No, I just wanted to touch on what you guys were saying. I had a weird deconstruction too. There's a fire going on nearby. Holy crap! Y'all hear me?
Are you okay?
Soon
Yes,
it's
we
going to
can
be.
hear you.
Be
I'm
careful
okay,
so it's not
thanks.
melted cheesy.
Thanks, Joel. No, I've deconstructed since I was like 15, but I didn't even know what the word deconstruction meant until like a year ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was kind of a depressed kid since very young. I didn't know what life meant until it was, I guess, until high school, really, until everything was forced upon me. Yeah, everything was weird to me, and I got no answers. Not even from not my family, not from my friends or church.
Yeah, I was about to ask you what, like having no answers, or was it, having no one like respond to your actual like humor, or like relating to anyone?
Yeah, I had friends that were going through the same thing in a way. They also didn't understand, so we kind of made a group, not an atheist group, just a group of kids trying to get by that, and no one else paid attention to. But we all figured out if all this is happening, and we didn't even read the Bible either. Excuse me. We weren't really reading the Bible, but we just were kids trying to live our lives, trying to get our grades up. But we just figured out it wasn't worth believing in a God if, no matter what we did, try to get past this depression, the anxiety, and everything around us. If God doesn't look real to us, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. For sure. Well, thanks for sharing that, Cheesy.
No problem. Also, Joe, you had some crazy guests the other day with the help me join your cult.
I think I'm going to do that one tomorrow because I was just doing my chapter on Deuteronomy 13. It's very cult oriented. So
that one guy that came up. Sorry, that one guy that came up saying he eats algae or shrooms or something. That blew my mind. That was funny.
There's some zany folks out there.
Yes, there are.
Yeah, but thank you for having me.
Yep. Thanks for coming up.
Take care.
Y'all have a good night.
You too. Miss Michelle.
Michelle, my boo.
Miss Michelle, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to hit the mic button and my tablet is being a pain in the ass.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. So I have this, I really thought I read the Bible. And then I met all you guys online. Okay. So you got Joel and
Present.
Joyful. You guys, can you please tell me about this talking donkey?
Yes.
Go ahead, Joel.
Didn't happen. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people are going like, what? It didn't happen. Yeah, it didn't happen. Donkeys just go he or They
Right,
don't,
yeah.
They don't say, what are you hitting me for? Haven't I always been there for you? Yeah, it's a silly story. I think it's a fun story. Like, it's a fun tale, right? Like the story of Balaam. Do you know the story, Michelle? Or
That's why I'm asking. I honestly, like I said, I thought I read the Bible, and then I don't know. A couple weeks ago, somebody said something about the talking donkey, and I
All
mean,
right, well,
I had also heard about a talking cross, which I'm like, what? No.
That's in
But
an apocryphal book. That's in one of the other ones. This one's in I believe Numbers, and it's a story of Balaam. Who it's a really neat thing that they do. The writers, they have everything about the Hebrews, and then all of a sudden they go, meanwhile in I don't know if it's Midian or Moab or something like that. They're like, meanwhile in Moab, and they have this like cut to these not Hebrew people, and the king, I think it's the Moabites, but don't quote me on that. The king's like, I'm gonna go down, send some people to have Balaam come. The king's name is Balak, I think, and bless me so that the Hebrews don't win the war, so I can beat them. So he's and Balaam talks to God apparently. So the people, his friends come down, or the king's people come down. And they go, Balaam, king wants you to go up there and bless him, get God to bless him so that he beats the Hebrews. And because everyone's afraid of the Hebrews. This is of course the Hebrews writing this. And
gotcha.
Balaam goes, let me ask God. So he goes to ask God, and God's like, no, we're not doing that. So he goes back, he says, God says no. And they're like, we're going to give you more like riches or something. We'll make you very wealthy. Go ask him again. So he goes and asks him again, and God's like, don't do it. It's not going to happen. So he goes back. They go, can you please ask him one more time? So he goes back, and God's like, oh, fine. All right, you go, and then I'll tell you what to say. So God changes his mind. And by the way, one of the things Balaam is going to say in the next chapter is that God never changes his mind.
Oh, yeah.
So God changes his mind. He says, okay, go and do that. So they're on their way the next day, and he's riding his donkey, and an angel of the Lord appears before the donkey, but no one else can see him but the donkey, right? And so the donkey freaks out and goes down like into this vineyard. And then Balaam's like, come on, get back on the road. But the donkey, like, the angel gets closer, and I don't know if he pulls a sword or what he does, but then the donkey pushes Balaam up against a wall. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? He's hitting the donkey, and then the donkey, I think, sits down on him or something like that. Again, I'm not giving very good details because the angel is still there. And Balaam, then the angel of the Lord opens the donkey's mouth, and the donkey goes, why are you hitting me? And Balaam goes, get up, and like he doesn't even bat an eye. I guess donkeys talk to him all the time because he's like, you're being an idiot. Like,
yeah, that really makes. I guess I missed that story.
Yeah, and then the donkey goes, I've been your donkey for ages. Have I ever done anything like this? And he goes, I guess not. And then the angel appears, and he's like, oh, there was an angel there the whole time.
Oh, Jesus. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I had never heard
then
that
they watched MASH, and Alan Alda was just so hilarious and charming.
Jesus Christ, I was about to say that.
Yeah, sorry. My husband and I fall asleep to the same show every night, and I just tucked him in. So,
I mean, great show.
It is. So, but yeah, I had never heard that story. wanted to know what you thought about it. What
Well,
about
it's
you,
insane.
Dreadful?
It's insane. It's so
It's just
stupid.
insane.
Yeah, it's just dumb. It's written in such a. The thing is, it's nice. It's written in the rule of thirds, which I like. Like it's like he asks 3 times. This third time, it's different. There's 3 moments in the road with Balaam and the donkey, and then
And you
there's
said it's in Numbers?
yeah, it's numbers
22, I think.
22, 23, and 24. Like it's a saga.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Is there some kind of like relevancy to the rule of thirds here for like I don't know, in reference to like art itself? Like
yeah, like do you mean like the visual rule of thirds?
well, yeah, there's the visual rule of thirds for like a grid on a pic,
Mhm.
like if you're taking it like in photography, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But then there's also like
The
a
storytelling
rule of
version.
thirds, like in music, like the
Yeah.
waltz or
Yep.
like things like that. Yeah.
Or in jokes.
I-
So like
Yeah,
you
it seems like it could be relative to this kind of concept, like just to get people to like, you know, like it feels familiar in a way, I guess.
yeah, I think that like it's literature. Like that's what you do in fiction. You write something like you set you do a thing and then you do it again to sort of like solidify what the thing that you're doing, and then you turn it on its ear type of thing, like or its head. You change it, and so that's exciting. So we have something that's structure and that's fun. So we do that. It feels satisfying to us. I'm not saying very good words right now, and then that happens in the story. It just, to me, the reason why I bring it up is it makes it
Well,
seem
it feels
so
like a
obviously
psychological
fiction.
trick, right?
Yeah, and it's like good. It's good writing, and you do it in jokes, songs, it's all over the place. But it's in literature. It's in fiction. It's not something. The world doesn't work that way. So that's why I bring it up, because it makes it seem so obviously a story. Not that the talking donkey didn't, but it's a pretty well written story for however
Goat herders
3,000 years ago or whatever.
Yeah. Well, guys, I've got to shut this down. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Joel, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Love y'all, but I have got to go to bed. All you on YouTube, thank you so much. All
Thanks,
my
guys.
mods, thank you, and
Have a good
make sure
night.
to have a good night. Make sure
Thanks for
to
having
tune.
me up.
Yep. Have a great night.
You too.
Make sure to tune in on Thursday, 5:30 to
Thursday.
Yep, 5:30
5:30
to
Justin,
9:30
9:30
Central Time. Yep.
Yep. Central
Ju-
and Justin.
the Deconstruction Zone. It's going to be a lot better than this show because I have the Deconstruction Zone instead of Joel.
Better people, better guests.
Better people, better guests. That's what's
Not
going to
like-
happen.
Not here right now. No, right now the guests are good. But before, when they were Christians.
Eat a dick, Joel.
Yeah, we're just
Joel,
talking about the Christians.
Joel, do you really eat your soup with a fork?
Okay, I don't need
He
this fucking
only eats-
Jaren bullshit on
He only-
here. This
he
is
only
rude.
eats
I'm
dicks
out of
with a
here.
fork.
All right. See you guys.
Bye.
Have a great night.
De una flor en verde.
En vez de grande y chiquita.
Tiene de una flor en verde grande o chiquita, mi amor. ¿Cómo la quieres para decirle que te mande foto? En moradito el corazón.